Well, sounds like NASCAR on WBKR on some old busted car radio. Like them U bottles clanging in the floorboards every time we hit the same pothole. Like that train whistle wailing in, creeping up on 5 to 10, church bell ringing. Means we're gonna be late again. Ear to the door, make sure they ain't praying. Head up to the front, back pews already taken. And we were singing, I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away. My salvation and my foundation is in Him yesterdays. Yeah, I can hear it crystal clear. Oh, it's still ringing loud. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound of Sundays in the South. Gravel slinging up, popping underneath the truck on our way up to Grandpa's house. Like the roaring of the creek where me and Brother Sneak drink Daddy's missing Bud Lights down. Like Granny in the kitchen frying up the chicken, cousin in the backyard getting a good whipping. Man, how I wish I was back there now, passing this guitar around, singing, I'll fly away, oh glory, and I'd fly away. My salvation and my foundation is in Him yesterday. Yeah, I can hear it crystal clear. Oh, it's still ringing loud. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound of Sundays in the South. Come on. The sounds that made a redneck like me, yeah, singing, I'll fly away, oh glory, and I'll fly away. My salvation and my foundation is in Him yesterday. Yeah, I can hear it crystal clear. Oh, it's still ringing loud. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound of Sundays in the South. I said, amazing grace, how sweet the sound of Sundays in the South.
Yeah.
Versus when they talk about her daughter. She gets upset with people when they talk about her daughter nowadays. Like, they don't want her name even mentioned half the time.
I know. I mean,
sad.
Yeah, I can't understand it to save my life. You know, I
And then
just
you always question, like, is she really being serious when she does cry because she faked the phone call to Mary? Like, what is real and what is not real? Like, are you that? I don't know. It's just,
I just think that I don't know. They've turned this missing kid thing into some big con. I just don't.
it's a grift, in my opinion.
It has to be something. Like it don't. It just does not make sense. Like none of it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
The more I think about it, the more I'm thinking this is like some scheme. I just can't see any way around it because there's a money trail, right? And if there's a money trail, then there's a scheme. And and it's just like you can follow the money, and then you get to a point of why. You see what I'm saying? Like if you're paying people to misdirect people, and I know there's people out here that have paid people to misdirect people, but why is the question?
Yeah, why all the stories? Why all the different stories?
Yeah, why?
Because all the stories are coming from Candace and Dawn.
They're all everything that we talk about. This is yeah, I know. And so many people have ran with the dog trail, the damn footprint, the damn what is it, the duck blind.
Right.
My job ain't to talk bad about YouTubers, okay? But we know BK, Cam, and his old lady, and other people went up to that hill.
This little thing helped me more than my last therapy session. It's called the Pandy, a lifelike plush toy designed and
And just because of things as they are right now, I'll take it back to just this point for right now. Yep, this is Canadian Scribbilly ass cheeks herself there. With the post 7 days ago now, resharing Floppy Britches post. They tried to hold me down. Now I'm all the way up. Yeah, okay. Anyway, this would be share going for we know exactly what we are about to do. Arm, heart, sun emojis, yeah, whatever, right? I don't know. And then for the next week, as you all can see, it's nothing but hardcore advertising for floppy britches, bullshit, trying to insert a spokesman for another missing, but yeah, hardcore stumping for, and building up a floppy, right? And then, all the way up to her hot take about Ronnie Lawson is still searching for hashtag Unwells LOL win question mark. MIB, whatever, I don't know. And shitting on Lawson, I gotta ask, I don't know, Cher, like, when the fuck's the first time your fucking sorry flat ass cheeks have been down here looking for summer, bitch? Were they before you ran to Canada to avoid jail time and charges? Or after? Hey, did you ever make it back down here for, Quentin's? I mean, I'm asking. Oh, yeah, that's right. Could you even make it here, to pick up your own Left Pine puppies? Oh no, you said a strange dude your children never met. Picked them up across the borders, didn't you? That's right. So, tell us when you've been doing shit. The fuck out of here, sure. Uh, get the whole fuck out of here. But if you really want to take it back, let's see. Um, I mean, a whole lot of things have been deleted, of course. Blah, blah, into oblivion. Some of us have those. Well, yeah, don't get me started on certain motherfuckers motherfucking around with your propaganda horse shit you're pumping out. I believe that was certain jail pens or somebody. Then them trying to somehow associate me with Epstein. That was wild. That was a weird ass fucking hot take of the month. Oh, yeah. 2 weeks ago, some sort of Fred's polygraph bullshit. Some sort of study session you fried dipshits were having. It's now been edited. I don't know. Let's see here. 3 weeks ago, live on Tuesday evening. Special guests. I don't remember those were. I don't know if I give a fuck. Sure, it's compiled some fucking way. Oh, here it is. See y'all for an early show. This is a month ago, whatever. And then catch the Mr. and I over on Ziggy and Fred's. It's a study session, of course. What lies beneath and the polygraph pedals, right? Sure. Shut the fuck up. Oh, here it is. Another, and when Ziggy, Summer, Polygraphs, Fred, I don't know, no, that one about Polly's, I don't know, that was about Twitchy there, who's going bald because of reasons. I meant to get to that. Anyway, and not her bald, just certain time factors. I will at point. Anyway, I believe she still had the banana on the chair at that point instead of the Voorhees mask. That's been a weird thing, right? Surely it means nothing. I don't know, something about traffic stops. Nobody gives a shit, quite frankly. Over a month ago now. You're gonna be live tonight or tomorrow night with some polygraph updates, news. Yes, there are going to be 4 polys set up. Well, I'm glad you still have this one up there, sure. It's going to be helpful later, and you're going to learn how. I've been sort of seeing how long it's fine. I think it's time now. I wouldn't even be here today if this shit hadn't gotten so stupid. I was going to see how long you'll really carry on. I'm sure it's much further and farther and whatever else. I don't really give a shit. And it's enough though, and I know it's enough. At this point, and now enough of you involved in touching fingers with it, that it's a big old fucking mess, and it's gonna be, especially after tomorrow. Anyway, for a whole bunch of you. Alright. So anyway, here's this horseshit over a month ago that she still left up, though I've told her to take it down since found out. But yep, I'll be live tonight or tomorrow night with some polygraph updates, which I was on there. Obviously, her and Ziggy and Fred kicked all this shit off. Right? Now what? I just don't give a fuck right now. I mean, I do, but I'm sort of busy. So, and some news. Yes, there are going to be 4 polys set up. How can you say that when the lives that ensued and followed, you didn't have my goddamn consent, nor do you, and boy, my name's still being listed in all your lives, and you not editing out certain shit from your videos to this point in live streams. Ouch, Sharon. Ouch. And then what you all are still doing, and what your buddy and you are getting up to right now, that him and you have gotten up to before on my name and Polly's. And let's not forget to do an opinion of this and of that for all the years and merch and whatnot. And all the people now involved fully in this fuckery, including White Boy and Noel. And oddly enough, Benny again. And Tiffany. And I'm just over all of you. Anyway, I'm glad you still have us up. But you definitely played in the first. Benny's not oblivious. He knows what he's done on my name falsely when there was no chance for happening. How he already scammed once on my name. And his little Trojan horse in the back, length pin, did it too, and all this shit. I'm so sick of y'all. But you still have my name up in the lives, in descriptions. You've not edited out the bullshit, which therefore, we'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, you gave with absolute certainty, yes, there are going to be 4 polys set up. I'll explain for who. And the 4th person will be getting a live invite. Okay, you set up a poly for somebody that isn't consenting to, and then when they find out, they tell you to knock shit off, take their name out of shit, not use it to cash up on and that people can still look at this, think this wrongly, or watch your lives and think there might be a possibility of, therefore you're still actually doing. You see how this works, Sherry? Prairie? Even in your own country, how this is a fucking no-no? Any of the rest of you here who have already been through this with me getting out, or do you think because no buses run over you or knocks on the door flapping you? Boy, if you knew what I knew, you'd probably think this was a bad idea. Matter of fact, I was going, you know what, we'll get to that. We'll get to it. Maybe I'll understand a little bit better. Why sometimes letting y'all run, even if it takes years, is the best thing to do. Even if it sucks mightily to do so. Anyway, I would also advise Floppy to knock the fuck off with this bitch. Who's clearly fucking with me and Andy and everybody else, and y'all up to shit. And for the worst of reasons, and nothing to he can give his axe and grind whatever in the pretend arc over there, and if he wants to buy bullshit, you go right ahead, fuck off with it. Best keep his shit in his own goddamn yard this time. And the fuck away from me, or I'm gonna put a full boot on his fucking neck. In a way that ain't gonna be no, is it, ain't it, yada yada yada. So there's just all that in there, and there's just so much shit right now. But anyway, so there's that. That's still up. Summerwell study session before that, of course. Looking forward to blah blah. I just, whatever. Anyway, and I'm glad to see certain slithery motherfuckers are putting themselves out in the opening, which I guess means they're fair game now. Matter of fact, I was going through this beautiful piece the other night. Old school. Very OG. Where a certain somebody was, I don't know, using personal vids stolen of me in ICU, with this happening to torment me over my cancer, my voice, all that. It was a hell of a thing, and I was compiling it with squall shit others I had let in on purpose to follow in track, and I thought for a short time, but over time, it's been helpful through the years to figure out who and where and which creators and what periods and who could have accessed what versus public, private. Anyway, it's whatever. I don't know. They were web sleuthing, guys. They are so much more intelligent than the redneck bitch, hillbilly bitch, ignorant bitch they expected to find. But they're total web sleuth geniuses. But whatever. Anyway, I don't know, something about trains being run on chair running a train on somebody. If you miss the train I'm on, I don't know. Is that current pay? I don't know. You will know that I'm gone. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. I don't know. Blow, suck, eat the worm. I don't give a shit. Trains. I don't know. Handlebars, tramp stamps, pieces of shit. They're all the same. Anyway, but I am glad to see that she's still as is up. It's very important. Anyway, yeah. So we'll start there this morning. I'm not very entertained by the stupid shit occurring. Um, I went through this morning. In my own way, and made sure to compile the latest rotation of fuckery, because it is, and it's pretty damn blatant and out front. Now, of course, if you're me, and again, this seems like total bait distraction cycle. I, you know, things I'd rather not entertain or quote give into, but you know, choose when and where, I guess. Um, I don't know. Uh, oh, where to begin? Do you begin at Candace's stupid, well-timed shit the other day? And the privating of pieces to tick up interest, the center, da 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 da, and the bullshit with Daisy and PG and everybody else, and the rotation there, and the reminiscent of a solo cup pulled out of one's ass after theatrics over there. Do you go from that point? Do you go with all the rotation of all the rooms, sticking on goofy shit from that live, as opposed to anything even remotely worth going about, or do y'all realize that, like, you know, do you start at the point of, well, chances are everything in there is bullshit. It's the whales. You know, lifelong things, just like these things online and tragedy pimp failure, right? Being very symbiotic, parasitic, working together, cohesiveness in a way that, you know, it just is. Do you put it back to lockdown suddenly being like, oh, Kim's whatever, after guess who? Guess who? Um, Mystery eats Canadian ass cheeks, but is obsessed with her ass cheeks. Uh, Gets together with Cher ass cheeks to eat Kim and Natalie alive and semi set them up again and make them look kind of ways and terrify, and do all the fuck shit around them in a hotel room, and disrupt what could have been their treatment. That's there, and then the whole, is it a scam, isn't it? GoFundMe for people that clearly gave to it, all this other shit. Eat them alive, but now he wants to be like, oh no, let's build Kim back up again, let's kumbaya, whatever the fuck. The other day, it just doesn't make sense there either. Um, you know, and doesn't add up. And the bullshit around that lies lockdown around Kim's situation, helping cleanse for that. Other than the fact that it'll be used to propel Kim and then back up too. It's weird how so many are slithering back out, isn't it? After, well, I don't know, vacations, because they're so tired, so exhausted, as things needed to be quieter, right? As others wanted them to be quieter during certain periods. And as weird money movements, massive ones took place, and certain events took place, especially here locally, and on the actual ground. Strange that can't make that math work on certain sentencing or the absence of certain receipts, or what's missing right now, you think? They do it to everybody else, don't they? What's missing? What was missing months ago? Well, we all told people we're taking things to the box, this there. What's been missing? All the receipts, court docs, put out. No news, this there, but a few short months after that, that wouldn't make sense. Even after, like, just timing, right? On things, but no, I don't know. There's something hinky there, ain't there? You think? It's missing here. Nobody in the damned least curious about what's missing, right? Huh. I don't know. What did happen? Or does the community forget? That they should probably be inquiring as to what happened. What were the things handed down, levied, whatever? Or do you think you're already told because you really believe it's been that long since certain people are out here on these streets? In the open, anyway. Why ain't nobody talking about it now? What happened to you, guy, pal, buddy? Blah, blah, blah. Just an automatic come in and a cleanse of and a rebuilding of in a hot and fast hurry. another pretend fucking ark when y'all are gonna buy? Like, how many dozens have we seen over the years? How many y'all are gonna buy that from someone like that? If they've truly changed, it'll be better, blah, 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 blah. You can clearly see it, no, nothing's changed. Something's seriously fucking wrong here. A whole lot of things are seriously fucking wrong. But pay no attention, right? Pay no attention to any of that. Alright, and everybody on this Kumbaya fucking festival, they'll give second and 45th chances to monsters and gnomes and weapons and, oh god, and whatever, right? And I just, seriously, folks, come the fuck on already. Like, no. No. And that certain people are back out on these blocks when you know damn good and well they aren't even supposed to be platformed or online over here, aren't allowed to be, or even climbing their asses up on other people's panels, because then those people can be taken down and their channels reported for it. And you know better, you know. And you know what roles they've played in everything for all these years, and have told you outright. They've been disseminating purposeful misinformation, attacking, targeting, getting rid of the quote Wells enemies, and what amounts to essentially witnesses or things that displease the Wells, etc. And they've done so out in the open for years. And then you all are what, supposedly you're looking for the truth or reality or anything around summer when there's none to be found half time because all true things have been hidden. People terrified, blackmailed, screwed with, tampered with, bought, paid for, yoked, leashed, twisted up and shit. Because of these tragedy pimps, the Wells, etc., team sports. And so, I don't know. It's just, I can't imagine that y'all want to go through this mass shit again now. They've all had a good vacation. Right? And, seems like there's been dates levied again, right? Obviously, timelines, time frames. I know since last year, we've been given many around here locally and otherwise. Seems to fit with some of the shit online as well, yada yada. That's nothing new if you're one of us. Shit. Nope. Especially not after coming out of Ben Hill in the first few days and weeks after. Oh no, it started being a constant train of dates and times and blackmail events and this, and threats and shit, that stuff ain't stopped in years, right? And targeting, cycles, patterns, timing, fuck's new around here. You get kind of used to it. And, for you online viewing it, I guess it's entertainment. For those of us experience it in a way that it does have effect on our lives and generally means bad shit for us, and impacts one variety or another. It's not so funny. It's not cute. It's very real. There's always something behind it. Strikes the same chords that abuse, eggshells, wondering what's next, blah blah, what's incoming, what's whatever, what's gonna happen if you don't give in, shut up, go quiet, figure out what in the hell is up around certain dates or times given. If it's good, bad, if it's for the right reason, you just do not fucking know. So, and what reasons, where things truly coming from, and having to ferret that out, right? Each and every time. Uh, in order, you know, uh, you know, in order to combat anything these tragedy pimps or monsters are trying to do, or gonna do, or whatever, in enough time to curb it, stop it. Um, that way it can't destroy, annihilate, harm many. Uh, yeah, so yeah, I mean, dates, times, cycles, yada yada. And this is nothing but another one of those. And one some of us knew was going to come in some form and sort of got the gist of that it would be this and a rising up of all these motherfuckers again at certain periods. We've done it since last year. Um, I honestly assumed to be quite a few months ago. And I think it was intended to be, you know. But, who knows what the truth is. Um, Around certain other things, you could see false starts too and whatever, but that this is occurring right now is not surprising to me, at least. Um, Not even a little. And it was expected. The quiet for that length was, for many reasons, and not all are oblivious to. Um, so they, yeah, it's just not. And then, depending on what you believe in from whom, and or able to get maybe a baseline on, uh, because of common sources, right? Or I don't know how to phrase that currently, but um, you know that certain ones of these creators now taking you all for a circle jerk, shooting fish in a barrel, and another sheep drive, and coming up in a giant ass way, especially in the past month or two, have all been in touch with jackasses and the whole crew, and everybody's one for all, yeah, and all for one, like always, and it's never stopped. If you think it has, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Um, it hasn't. It's never stopped over the years. Just because some were not out here in the open, or you thought they had to not be here, otherwise does not mean they weren't jerking the dicks of all kinds of monsters or teams or part of them. Do you hear me? And you understand what I'm saying to you? And so it might be news to you all, or you might still think they are not, but they are. And whether or not certain monsters realize it or not, even, I don't know. Yeah, but I do know that it is happening, right? Um, and therefore, what I mean, you all are seeing, but from my perspective, it's like, oh, okay, here we go. Another, well, like Dolly from so long ago, the rare tragedy pimp truth there. Oh shit, Dolly clearly knows what's taking place, like many of the other massive pimps. And it's been openly admitted here, there's a fucking problem. Uh, and targeting and cycles and whatnot. Same characters, right? And that the worst of the worst are coming back up. Suddenly, it ain't sudden. It's for a reason, and it's gonna be in going forward, if allowed to take hold. At this point, I would like to add in here that if you give a shit about tragedy pimps, bullshit, built shit, garbage shit, easily discerned shit, receipt shit, stuff you as the public and otherwise coming through here can do for yourselves, go look at any of their channels and the views on each of their lives and videos right now and for the last month. I mean, it's always been this way throughout this community, but it's gotten extraordinarily obvious. And I've said this a couple times over the last few weeks. And then it started going down and different views and different there. I don't know. Real weird that. And now it's back to the same shit. Go look at the time on their videos, their lives. It's even happening on mine, which is weird. Not really, though. It's something I've been aware of for quite a long time. Most of the views here are bullshit, and they're fake. There's something back there, right? It's capable of that, and somebody's directing it. It's all a show, folks. Here's how you can tell. Go look at all their lives right now. For the last couple of weeks, after the downturn for a bit after I started mentioning it. And I wasn't the only one to do so. Suddenly, views went around. They were pretty low across the community. Although, there are other things in the world that could have explained some of that, for sure. Eyes on world happenings, different cycles, but that ain't all of it. Go look at their lives right now. Over the last couple of weeks, and especially the last few days. The last week, most certainly. Views are down, now they're back up. But like I've been telling you, their lives are like 3 hours long, and they've got exactly like 3,000 or 3.2. Alright? Go look. Go look at the ones that have run the past 2 days. Go look at all the creators that you know run the past 2 days. I'm not kidding you. Go look at PG, go look at Floppy, go do whatever. If someone's views match the hours, that is someone in the background. Like, that is not natural eyes being caught or algorithms. That's something else. Right? You got 3 hours online, 3,000 views. That's not natural. Everybody, as far as creators go, should have different levels of views, right? Different percentages, different things will catch different algorithms there. Do you see what I'm telling you? Here's your sign. But if you all see them suddenly and they're all thousands, I mean, it helps bring them up in real, you know, ways, and it makes it look like, no, 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 uh-uh. And, there's something wrong here again, like always. When you see one of these motherfuckers has got what? 20, 30,000 subs, but they too are getting 1,000 per hour correlating with the exact hour. There's a problem. When you compare someone that's got 2, 3, 4,000 subs and they're getting the exact same amount as long as you're talking about someone, that's nope, doesn't add up. Does not. In certain wordings, phrases, hashtags, they're gonna bring it. It should be different for everyone, and it's not. They're all the same right now, for the most part. Here's your Simon. And the ones not cooperating, if you notice, and I don't know if some of the little weaponized critters or others are even, I don't even think, like, they notice, like, you can still do certain things to pull others down in algorithms or watch timer to report this and to pull their lives or, you know what I mean, down in real time to where less will see them. I've noticed that is happening to others. You can download, you can do this there. It's not, if you have a studio like some of us have, you can see that certain things are being done at certain times when we're saying shit certain people don't like. Do I give a shit? Nope. No more than I have since I got here. It's one more way to compile and show things done purposefully, intentionally, manipulation of mass audiences, this and what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, so. Bitches, I've been compiling. And here's the thing, throughout all the years, my views have remained pretty well consistent, except when they're fucking with them. It's usually 1 to 2,000, right? Even if I'm on for 12 hours, which is real fucking bizarre, quite frankly. Even at peak, y'all, 1 to 2K. It still sits usually the same unless they're pulling the hell down out of something, And so in those, it sort of gives weather vanes to what the fuck they want heard, but they don't. Especially when combined with cycles or how many go live at certain times in order to distract me. It's just, it's the built-ass bitch of this well-organized criminal organization with, investment crews in there for so many years in active and ongoing high-profile cases. Years before Summer ever vanished. Same shit they've done then. Go back and look. Evidence is all there. Same MO, same playbook. You can go back and find lives, materials, show the same things happening to others and others mentioning it. You can view the numbers and eyes and ears and yeah, what's hidden, what's not. It's not hard to get a grasp on. It's a pain in the ass, but it's not hard to figure out how this group's operating. What they do, what the tricks of the quote trade are. It just, you know, and how it's done time after time. It's not that hard. They just bank on nobody actually doing any of that or taking time. And are they wrong in these times? No. Most people barely have the damn attention span to watch a clip, let alone go back and figure out what exactly they're watching in true crime or really anywhere else online about anything else. No matter what the hell it is these days. People are too lazy to fucking go research anything. I mean, put the effort into that. Even in a cursory 5-minute manner, let alone anything lengthy. It's part of what everything terrible in the world's relying on right now. Attention spans, comprehension skills, laziness, yeah, just algorithms, yeah, it's just whatever, right? So, whatever, but anyway, so we're gonna start. I suppose it's instead of sharing a month plus ago and Ziggy and Fred and Andy's horse shit, scamming, conning, lying, whatever, or even back to years ago with doing Benny and Penny and everybody else and fuckery and Polygraph, you know, whatever else, yada yada, right? So, I mean, we go to any of the cycles, they've done the same song and dance polygraph shit, right? Um, Rinse, repeat, and that Benny and Sheriff generally been at the center of each time. Even when known that, like Benny last time, he was, you know, on my name and, you know, whatever. Polygraphs this, whatever fuck else that, TM or Rails Plant. Knowing it had already been attempted by myself, but that they even had a Trojan horse there, tampered around with. I don't know what part the rest of the team played in that. I just know that we were absolutely, it was a no-go. From the best to the best in the world. And, that was something I wanted done for summer, not for stuff. And, at the time, you know, it was pretty disheartened and irked by things not being able to be done in that way, and still yet not quite understanding why. Things were the way they were, but having at this point now a complete understanding of why those things may have been as they were. It's because maybe better minds and stuff realized that didn't need to happen. that things were never needed of us, but that, or that, which obviously if they were, they would have taken us up on them in the first 24 hours or asked for them. They never did. Went off for like, nah, don't need one. So, but some of us still wanted those things so that they be put back for summer, you know, in our case ever needed. So in that way, it's sort of heartbreaking. And that won't change it. Then also at this time, as it sits now, I have to wonder, well, back then it's like, okay, maybe these things are also denied us because of other bigger, better minds, you know, being aware of all the tragedy, pimp fuckery, and everything. And how far it went. More so than we even have a concept of, I'd guarantee. And so therefore, no go was given. Now, as it sits this far along, I have to wonder at what involvement Team Wells may have played in certain shit too. Because, and maybe there was purposeful stoppages on certain ends. Because, well, if few people are trying to, I don't know, square and circle shit, do wild shits from like week 3 especially, and build a goddamn narrative and a storyline to try to pinpoint sling mud, jello, build bullshit into whatever, and, you know, get others falsely blamed. I mean, well, if all of those are part of that shit, the last thing they want are polygraphs or otherwise given, or anything remotely real or whatever around those people, and they want them cut off from all LE resources, tools taken seriously, not tampered with, etc., in order to continue to formulate that around them. And the last thing they want is anything that proved in any way that, nope, no bad shit to do with. Because, well, I make it a little harder to build the bullshit, wouldn't it? And to falsely target others, wouldn't it? And to spend years creating mass bubbles of doubt. People to falsely blame, do whatever, I don't know. Seek out reward, just, you know. Now, I don't trust it. And, it ain't paranoia. I've witnessed it, seen it, and then what we come to find out throughout all the years and all proof and evidence of is that the most nefarious and dirty of monsters and others were doing these things in the first minutes, hours, and days, and weeks, and then with teams and tragedy, and the level of insertion is insane. And so, no, it's not paranoid, it's being very cautious of each step. Because a bunch of motherfucking monsters with a bunch of treasure hunters and a bunch of ignorant ass web sleuth cul-de-sac Karens are inserted so deeply and around things, and that, you know, manipulating shit. And even law enforcement in courts and things to a degree that is horrifying and scary. So, no, no, yeah. So, anyway, and that a lot of these I've spoken of today are part of that and detrimental too, and everything else, and building of all that bullshit. Tampering of and intimidation and harassment and propaganda narratives, etc., falsely targeting, all these things around so many that are nothing more than witnesses or whoever else people don't seem to like that they want to go silent or shut the fuck up or else, right? Since even before a lot were known, faded out. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. But that a lot here I've mentioned this morning. I've been doing this enough to people, put that hands on those in been held doing it. It's so vanished. And that they're coming back out in a massive way at particular times. And, I guess everybody's probably for the 14 billionth time it feels like gonna stand back and allow that without any pushback, right? I guess they can be entertained 7 days a week for 15 minutes a day or something. Yeah, I don't know. Hell if I know. Anyway, so, alright. We're gonna, good lord. Squirrel in the driveway. But yeah, this is not the first time Benny has been part of the group doing this around polygraph shit. Or that Benny has been part of around a cycle where even after the polygraph and chances of any it wasn't possible that he benefited off of propaganda around in certain names, especially mine, making the public believe it's possible he took money, this here, Share was involved in that shit then too, other players, TM, Penny, etc. And after they damn well knew it wasn't possible, and then mind fucking and fucking with you all in order to fuck with us and just cause stress, harm, horseshit, hate, um, geared towards all of us. This ain't the first for that boy or his group to do this. While he was cahooting with Andy, and guess what's happening again now? That's right. And that asshole is back in this mix again. And I don't care. They can offer it to you like that past few weeks that I just tell anybody to plug up. Man, I don't care. Let whoever the fuck else wants to take one. Take one. They want to muck the fuck about. Take one. I don't give a shit. Those two idiots want to play with this fucking group some more. Let them. They want to be the diversion and the tactic, whatever. Let them. Andy wants to play with Sherry, thinks his buddy when it suits, or Becca's talking to him, whatever, right? for some cash for this, that, and let him. I don't give a shit. Fred wants to continue his shit with Ziggy, thinking that bitch ain't gonna sell him off or set him up for a deal, whatever, and get our Netflix, but let him. Any other dumb motherfuckers have been, having their dirty dicks and toasted ass brain shit ridden out of Ben Hill by some fucking loser whore. And it ain't just them, there's been several in the community. Even some you've seen here. Married off, offered up, people taking off their guns, their dogs, for a few quick crack bucks, that type of shit. Bitch, those ain't the only dicks inside of Beach Creek have been ridden off into the sunset for tragedy pimp bucks or promises or reward systems. You get bitches of a certain, come on now. It's just, you think these motherfucking whores and this type of female Simone wouldn't do that for what could be millions, thousands, clout? Shit, they don't give a damn. Give me a break. Either way, let them. I find it horrifying. Some of those absolutely twisted with the group so far. Even if they wanted to get out, they couldn't. They're probably terrified, shit held over their heads. I don't give a fuck. That's their problem. They did it, but that they know Summer. They know her, y'all. They know her, and she matters that little. And they're willing to help the very ones they think are absolutely responsible, destroy everything in and around the community, and in their own community they still live in, or family doesn't. And cough up other locals and witnesses and stalk and, do all the shit, and it go right back to these tragedy events so that they or Team Wells, whoever, can get rid of more witnesses or terrify people or this or whatever the fuck's happening throughout all these years. That's goddamn downright horrifying. And I have seen that over the last few weeks. There's evidence online here of it and how it took place combined with things in the background. Okay. And almost in a tee-hee manner, look, we'll get it, and there's just not much I can say about that as it stands right now. But they think they're goddamn cute. Only problem is that, well, not all things are as they appear. And to think that all things are given or said would be a dire mistake, and they've already made it out in front of the world. So, and to me, it was just confirmation of certain people's involvement, potentially others. How far this shit's potentially going. Level of tampering that's potentially taking place. With it. Witnesses, information, courts, and all it. And that's about all I'm going to say with that. Anyway, but anyway, this is not the first time Benny sharing proof on this. However, like I said, pretty well out in the open and slips, whatever, but the drips, the things they possibly can't help but to leak through language and whatever else. But I also have to always, so to others, look at it from a perspective of what level of script writing and writing things into fruition are they doing in order to make people chase bullshit and rabbit holes, or fuckery that is almost built or like quote psyop looking bullshit. You get what I'm saying? That way it keeps others who are compiling either entirely off base or some shit they might compile then be not quite what it appears, so that if it sees light of day or is turned in, it can be used to go, to discredit everything else being turned in with. That is legit along the way throughout the years. Does that make sense to you all? But no matter what you have at the end of the day is, it's still fucking with real shit and real people. And Summer's real case, and that includes law enforcement, public, etc. No matter if it's that or not, it's still doing that. So is that in itself still evidence of whether meant to be a discrediting tactic or not? Yes, it is. See how that works? Yep. Just how that works. Especially if you have repeat patterns of that as well. Anyway, yeah, I do not find any of what's occurring, especially last week or so, shocking, wow-worthy, out of the ordinary for this group, unexpected. None of that. Not in the least. It was indeed expected. And I made that clear along the way while they've been quiet. At least in public. Ish. Or visible. But, Yeah. But yeah, share BK, White Boy, Candace, the rest, Daisy, etc. All this. Over the last few days playing this shit show. Meanwhile, I think for an interim, like PG and Ziggy are having a fuck off festival over there of the doxing of PG. Like, whatever, you know? Okay. Banana Voorhees Swapper. Uh, anyway, sure. And boy, there's some beautiful pieces in the background there. I'm sure you all of them are taking you for right on that too. No love's been on that all along. Mm, the only thing that really mm, I give a shit about in any of that concerns real shit. I mean, not sure how to articulate in a precision based manner that is nuanced enough to skip around and play Razor's Edge with that right now. Because I give a great deal of damns. But the most concerning thing for me, and for a very long time, whether or not it's, you know, 'cause there's certain vehicles, honestly, owned by certain, I don't know, creators, and that were possibly in touch or knew C&D prior. Certain makes and models and colors of vehicles that are concerning to me. And other community members that are real here in Beach Creek and locally that also took notice. And that also only wanted to park and seemed to be able to park for in certain locations. And that many of us witnessed doing so right after summer vanished. And that luckily, because of live devices and recordings and such, alien feds can tell what's happening, and all these other spectacular tools they have. And watching and all that, you just never know what eyes and ears are on things, even in the deepest of trees. Um, and that's why I have faith. It's like, man, it still worries me, but it's like, man, feds have to, like, if there's something there, they have to know it, right? But until they say, we don't know. So things like that can very much disturb some of us here locally or from Benio. Because there are certain vehicles of certain colors that were appearing. that correlate with real things that seem to be of interest to law enforcement and federal agents in Summer's case, obviously, and that we witnessed ourselves um, being able to show up within minutes, certain contacts made within, which shows they were awfully goddamn close, which means if anything on 15th, they could have gotten there in the same amounts of time, you think. Or whatever. Who knows what reason. They could have ended up there in the same time. And they, for some reason, were parking in certain areas of, what certain witnesses could tell you are areas of interest. Almost like it was a habit. It made no sense. Very strange. So, and it seemed to still be, judging by some of the things some of us can hear online, things still possibly of interest to law enforcement. So that's why some of us are really now spectacular. Like, is it? Isn't it? I don't know. Only in feds can say, but now it's like, oh shit, do we double worry? Or do we triple worry? Could any of that be possible? And it's not that they're creators, it's that the connections prior to Summer vanishing. You see. And their reasons for maybe being in or around Summer's case aren't as they appear. And how maybe they've helped propel certain shit. I mean, I guess that all depends, and that's something that's entirely LE and Fed based, and for them to fully figure out, which is also unfortunate in waste resources and assets trying to figure out if it's nothing more than just some jackass locally who's allowed it inserted, and nothing more than part of what is a portion of this group already in place and built, and in some of these groups together, and in this group together, like Scott's, McDonough's, Web Sleuths, others, because of Boswell and other cases here prior. So, could just very well be that, too. And very simple. Like I've said, with Chase, Twister, the rest, the Cams, the Alleys, and they're all their connections that were made to be propaganda throughout us. And for y'all to put it off on all the rest of us, and to keep you off the scent of, wait a minute, it's not just being all these people connected, it's not siblings, Shreks, it's not some da-da-da, whatever horseshit. It's that all the tragedy pimps are connected with the goddamn group built. It was already in place because of other cases. It was that goddamn simple. But to keep you up the scent and the knowledge of and awareness of that, they put it out as propaganda fest. Oh, Channel's Day before started this, that, fuck out of here. That shit. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna get some ice. And then I guess finally start this outing of this portion, this small portion of the current shit show. Alright. So anyway, I'm an itch. I'm an itch. And it really is like over 70 here right now. And I really am freezing to death. Um, y'all know how it goes, so. Anyway. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Let's get this shit show on the road. You want to? Let's see if we're all thoroughly distracted or anybody gives a shit or helps push back against it or stops watching news entertainment. Let's see if it helps anything. Universe called out. And, whatnot. And, whatever. And obviously it always is a bit deeper and a little darker than anything cursory can call out, but no, it's more nuanced, probably more shit stringing off of it than what's called out and who's called out and who's left at, It just is, but in a cursory way today, right? Let's go back to, let me see. Which one of these pieces do I want to pick? Well, you got chair, over a month ago starting the polygraph shit. But suddenly, like a week ago, lockdown suddenly takes notice, gives a fuck about it, right? Oh wow, he hadn't heard about it before, guys. He's new to it, right? Suddenly concerned. The spokesman of and for whatever. Oh my. At least. And more than whatever. Right? So he starts giving a shit a week ago. At the same time, you start seeing titles pop up of why does it seem like Don and Candace don't want Fred and Eddie to have polygraph? Right? You have, Link share going on the point there. I don't know. But anyway, like, Link lockdown and finally started paying attention once I started paying attention and becoming aware of how far sharing everything and, told her to knock her shit off. Right? Stop all the shit and cease and take my name out of everything. She's still clearly not. Yeah. Suddenly lockdown finds it appropriate to bring attention to that live out of all lives where clearly Sherry had gotten word that I'd finally noticed her stupid ass cheeks in Canada. Doing stupid shit with Andy and friends and getting her belts on my name, blah blah, right? Oh gosh, she gave eyes on it. Oh no. No. And with the live where apparently Benny was present. No! Oh my god. Right. Give me a fucking break. The fuck out of here with this timing shit again. God damn. Shit's so basic, bitch, it's unreal. It's honestly quite goddamn boring. Anyway. But they're bits, right? They're bits. Oh. Uh, 6. One. So, a month ago, lockdown wasn't really giving a fuck about nothing but trying to insert. And then a month ago, he's cleansing Ham's asshole. Didn't make any sense considering like lockdown and share had done prior with others who have done much fuckery in Summer's case. Yeah, everyone's got a way of coming together, don't they? Sharing keys, sharing lockdown, sharing, right? Sharing who all else and Bullhorn and Quentin. Oh dear, no. And lockdown pretending he's not part of that court. Come the hell on. So over it. Anyway, so Unwells, TBI, and Christine, cracking again, building them up, blah blah, back on Bullhorn and her pancakes. And then, yeah, 7 days ago, right? 7. Strange.
Oh my. Do you see that?
Taxes out.
Why do I want to see some chick peel off poor strip? I don't. I don't need that as a marketing tactic either. I just need that shit to stop. It's gross. Alright. I don't know. Oh, look, it's DD. Bless. Our first thing up on the screen here lockdown does. Wow, really. She gets up to some shit right now. So many of them, though. Anyway. I might even be like it. Holding the bottom inch over. Hey everyone, I'll be back in a little bit. See if I really give a shit. No. So I've been doing that, so I put that up on the screen. What the hell does that even mean? Maybe they got shift change and stuff happening over there. You never know. Everybody does, don't they? Alright. Carrying on.
Woke up this morning, I didn't give a fuck. Took the first sip of my coffee, and I knew I still didn't give a fuck. It's a beautiful morning, and guess what? I don't give a fuck.
Title of Life, Voices Behind My Balls brings Benny Keys back, and she has a new grift off Summer Wells. It's weird. I mean, like, good goddamn, bro. The fuck are you talking about? Seriously. Seriously. And look, I love it. In that description, it's a creator who exposes, shared, editing, gives up torchlight. I just, damn, he even has a GoFundMe link up for fighting legal battles from attacks from creators. Cause you know he's such a hard call out guy. Creators just fucking with him all the time. The levels him and Noel are the ones that need protection from. Sure, not families and team sports and all the shit he's doing like Bullhorn and his little tribe. But you know what? I'm gonna get off the scroll in the driveway. Holy shit! Seriously, bro. Shut the fuck up. Alright, anyway. Other witnesses in cases, maybe instead that lockdown's going and gathering hit pieces to fuck with them, target, torment, I don't know, do a repeat, rinse, Benny, Jenny, Adrian chasing, scream into target, and to discredit. No. The guy who does the dirty work for Wells and targets employers and shit for with anybody else they don't like, McDonough, whoever the fuck else it is that time. No, not that guy. But guys, such an anti-tragedy pimp and not for exploitation. Da 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 da. He'll do dirty work. Real cheap, I guess. Merch. He'll go target the shit out of people in and around active and ongoing cases. He has no idea who they are, where they fit, or which way what's going on. Yeah. Strange that, but yeah. Poor anti-tragedy pimp him. Creators. He's gonna have a fight them. Think all the people white boys fucking with in all these open and active cases need those funds to fuck with those like him and Noel. But hey, whatever floats your entertained boats right down the stream of Dove. Anyway, what a special type of help.
I sure don't give two when it comes to these tragedy pimps. What's happening, y'all? Happy Saturday. We have some comedy in the house. Want to clear up some misinfo. I see a lot of idiots around YouTube posting about problems on Ben Hill Road.
He wants to clear up misinformation yet. Like I just pointed out, he has actually put out misinformation. False, fake, misleading shit in order to discredit those around Summer's case or to do harmful, I don't know. And done so with intent, knowledge, awareness that that's what he was doing and has done. He's gone real life in that way and on the ground with that intent and purpose and profited off of it. Please do tell us more how Molly Golightly and Bullhorn are about the lockdown. Your buddies who helped with you rip away rights of real Floridians who were trying to get rid of y'all in this type of culture and stuff. Do tell us more, pal. these tragedy maps. Tell me something. Y'all ever seen any of us around Summers guys go to your tragedy pimp ass yards and like protest, bullhorns out? I mean, just dox the living fuck out of your friend, all these things. Terrified cause you're like, seriously? Have you? I'll bet you haven't. Despite how much harm and chaos you've caused in real lives. Here inside of Summers community. Destruction. Wait, like, seriously, dude. Seriously. However, day, I'm gonna get one of those little lights made, right? The neons. I don't even know that you have to have them specially made anymore. They probably come like that. Pretty sure they probably do. It's a giant fuck you back here, wherever I'm sitting. I can move around. Something. I swear. Anyway. Carrying on.
And just a lot of shenanigans. But this week, who do we see back on the YouTube streets? The one and only for my OGs of the channel. My old foe, Benjamin Keys, has made a return back to the YouTube streets, and he's involved in a new grift with Voices Behind My Balls. Now, Benny Keys coming back is very interesting. So, this live is...
So you acknowledge a week ago when Convenient, when Cher was doing certain shit and Benny was on the panel and she was grifting our names, you acknowledge that's exactly what it was, and with Benny. And so you are aware they're grifting, they're up to shit, they're up to no good. You helped put eyes on that live that helped them, essentially, is building up Benny, doing all the things. They're still in the polygraph bullshit that ain't changed in lockdown. All in the first goddamn 5 minutes 23 seconds, which is like basically 23 seconds because that intro is like 5 minutes long. So you're aware. The title has changed on it. The live isn't down. You are aware at this point. That's what this is. A week ago. Alright. Alright. And that shares, oh no. And that shares post of what her and Benny are about to get up to is, oh no, it's still there. My god damn, what did you do a week ago, lockdown? Huh? God, it's so far in the past though. Can you really hold him accountable or say he's whatever, that, you know, times have not changed and you give him a chance and really? How are we gonna, I don't know, it's been a week. I just gotta forgive him. He's a different person now. Things have changed so drastically in a week. It's no longer a scam, a grift, and what, Benny's no longer participating. White boy, is that it? You're not helping him along. Oh no. It's all changed. The whole world's changed. Slow blink. What the hell was that other one, by the way? Ew. It's terrible looking. Candace's live was in what, 5 days ago now? Something like it. Weird timing. Alright. So anyway. Alright, so 7 days ago now.
About the skeleton, the rag looking doll, voices behind my balls. Benny Keys said some interesting things. And I'm willing, right? If he comes back to share us back is very interesting. So, Benjamin Keys has made a return back to the YouTube streets, and he's involved in a new grift with voices behind my balls. Now, Benny Keys coming back is very interesting. So, this live is specifically about the skeleton, the rag-looking doll, voices behind my balls. Benny Keys said some interesting things, and I'm willing, right? If he comes back to share us, if we have to share this space, because boy, did we go hard at each other. I mean, it was like 90.
I mean, do you really have to, White Boy, if you're into a tragedy bimp? All you could do is report his channel. He's clearly on YouTube violating terms of service when he's not supposed to be here. You could take his goddamn channel down. So do you really have to share space? Do you really want to share space with the man who tried to put you and your wife in prison and set you up, fuck with you? Remember when you all had guns and he was calling you all out with pictures and you were calling him out with pictures of guns and all this other fuckery, and you were calling law enforcement and jails wasting their time and trying to get him moved for his own protection because he was LGBTQ, because you're a hate-filled mongrel, and aha, jokes, political, this are like UMGL, jail all are all this. I just can't with you. But yeah, I'd totally be, yeah, that dude, right? Him and Tiffany Marie got your ass in line real quick and made you flip-flop. You remember when you were actually, I don't know, you know what, you've always been what you are. It's like you were originally gonna come here with MGL and them until you and Noel were thrown on the team and you got pissy about it. You were coming here to torment and fuck with Wells. There is absolute evidence of that. And that you were not always a supporter, and you just, like anybody else, whichever one of us you thought you get all over and get your claws and whatever, but you were thrown off the team and built into something that they might gear for later, so. Think the Wells are unaware of that lockdown? And if the world thinks that I don't give a shit right now, we're gonna carry on.
White boy all day, but I mean, it was a pretty big back and forth with me and that guy for years. But I'm willing to take him up on his own words, and I'm also willing to roast him. I'm also willing to go right.
You might remember his arc when TM come up on my crime, and all I'm dead, and she was doing whatever. And he went from what's happening to JSP's wrong to her and her kids try this shouldn't be a thing, to within a day or two being like at me. It's weird, huh? How it happens. Anyway, I carried him.
Roasting him. But I don't know if I want to. And we'll get there when we get there. But he comes back. He's on.
Of course, that's after using me being in or around or speaking to him as a way to build up. I can't remember his numbers then, but there were like 700 people or something, or 1,000 maybe max. Then he went up by several thousand and got monetized, shit he couldn't manage to do. With years of being on here, his whole thing being an ex-con and trying to show the world how he'd made it and come back like it was a goofball. I don't know. He's part of the prison community on YouTube. Great. He's totally changed, guys. He's turned his life around. No, bitch. Now he just does all this shit online where it's likely to be held accountable. And profits off of it mightily. He's totally turned his life around. Carrying on.
She's behind my balls. She's all love drunk. She's all happy about it. She's all excited that Benny's back, right? You can see, right? At one point, she gets up from her chair, right, after Benny joins the panel, and it sounded like a
And yet, for all this time, Cher's been telling y'all that her and Keys are communicating in the background. Tiffany's telling you the same. Others are throughout all this. They've been in touch. They're just like, oh, happy to have me back. Like, it's all for sure, folks.
was on the chair. She gets up to get a drink, and it's like, it just like sucks. I mean, that's how excited she was. Like, the moisture. She was very excited. And of course, her cuck husband, Mark, was in the background, probably pleasuring himself. But I'm not positive about that. But here they go again. Now, this is Comedy Central, people. So Benny comes back. You got Voices Behind My Balls, and she's grifting, but she's not smart enough to understand that she's scamming by default. And it's so awesome to break this down for you guys. And I can't wait to do it. Who's in the house? One quick.
Not by default. Fully aware. He got it then, right? Like a week ago. After playing oblivious to it for a month while that narrative took hold, so it distracted from or built up shit to burst out with potentially at certain times to be massive distractions in case things come out or forward. That is also maybe planned to happen as things have been being paid for quite a bit and readied for. That's weird. Yeah, break. Give me a goddamn break.
Verification. I post on my community wall a mugshot of Cam. Okay. Now this came after he was on panel. He commented on there. That is not a new mugshot. I posted it. Someone sent it to me. I was surprised to see it. If you remember in the live, he specifically said he's doing weekends. So, where he's at, every time he's booked in, which would be every...
Okay, means making sure the cleanse came again. And all the fuck. And to start paving the way for Cam to come fully back under this guise of, oh, everything's better, everything's this. Suddenly we're... Hell no, it ain't. And, listening, and if you try to do the math and compute here, on what Share Lockdown and shit did with Christy, Danny, etc. around Kim and Allie at certain points. You can't make this add up other than that they're all up to no good and trying to build back Cam and they pave way for certain shit and the rise of each other again and to use like that. Hell no. Y'all falling for this shit? Surely not. Surely not.
Friday night, you go in Friday, you get out of jail Sunday night, 48 hours. Every Friday night, there's a new booking photo for old Cam. So this doesn't mean he's been arrested 100 times.
What kind of tactic, like, just getting on with it.
That place where he's from does things very weird. The whole introduction contraband thing he was talking about, this booking photo thing. So we have to clarify. We have to get out the truthful information. But what's up, Rhonda? I saw skunk in the house. The lovely damaged goods. Let me make this bigger so I can see my...
Well, clearly throughout the years, Cam has a you and Keys type problem. Lockdown. They'll do dirty work. And they'll lie. They'll misuse, they'll call in and do hoaxes, they go real life on them and everybody's stalking crazy shit. They want access to, they'll have the Pams and the Amy Tates do all kinds of fuck shit. And they'll do it for them with the Wells. They'll get their asses around junkies, put themselves at risk, get online, take money, and etc. that will propel their addictions. Though, if they care about themselves or families, they would not put themselves in positions to be around people in active and ongoing use for any. Yeah, they wouldn't. And they wouldn't continue to. And if y'all cared about it at all, you would not help. Well, obviously, I mean, look, Cam was already clearly on Suboxone or something. Or methadone to begin with. That's why he held the weight he did, was preaching as he did before he went to Summer's case on the ship. He was in recovery already, and clearly having money or a platform did not help him in the least. It was detrimental. As we've seen throughout the years, it's detrimental. And every time he gets his ass online, it's detrimental, and he puts back out other pieces for, you know what? Every time he gets rearrested or needs a lawyer or he needs probably quick cash, he comes online and does hit pieces geared at who generally? My ass. Who do you think that's for? And with? So do you think Cam and Allie Bear were truly being cut out of the group? Or the investment team aren't paid for participation? When it's conveniently a little bit of cash to get Cam. And then what happens inevitably? Right after that, you see another court date for Cam. Or, so either he uses that money for dope, or for whatever he got in trouble with last, every couple months. Clearly they are not well, do not need to be here, and definitely don't need access to funds as addicts, or it's going to put them in very bad, precarious places. But now here Lockdown is cleansing the pad so Cam can fully land again, is my guess. Because Cam's going to need a whole lot of money coming up to fight all the shit he's in for. So, thing is, but it won't go to that. And you all giving Rice that, or platforming Cam or Allie, either one right now, while they are clearly not okay, and still, you know, if they couldn't even be around the way, and to go back into active addiction like they did instead of maintenance, like, they don't need to be here again. And you all platform and place for them to do that and to gain access to that moment. Look, y'all are going to end up being partially responsible if one of them ends up dead and their children without a parent. say you won't be, and that you won't have blood on your hands, would be wrong. You are not only participating in something that can lead to one of their deaths, or further harm or separation, or the continued separation of them and their children. But, the best thing for them is more likely to stay off this platform and not to be paid for any more dirty deeds in the background. Or for y'all to keep pretending that they're not part of or still in touch with. And you can see the evidence of times comes out and puts out pieces over the last year or so since Cher, Lockdown, Danny and Christie, Sodium and all that shit. And they shook, Alley, Wake, and all that theatrical shit. Alright? Calling in welfare checks as a threat to actually keep them down at that point and out of certain shit. Now they need them built back up and cleansed. That's going to be their detriment. You can clearly see everybody's still in touch, has been, and somebody's willing to pay him or do whatever during certain times to come back out to shit on certain people or to target certain people. And those always correlate with Cam's arrest or court dates or money needed. Always. Over the last years. You gotta believe me, fuck, the evidence is there. Time it out for yourselves. We've been through this. So, yeah, okay. Sure. So why is Lockdown doing it right now? But he shut them down while they weren't. And Cam just got fucking arrested for crazy shit. Clearly, he's not been off substances that long, or anything else. What, maybe a week or two? And give me a fucking break. And, and here shortly, he said Sam Benny, whatever, Sprite, put it all into that. I just can't with it. Just can't with it.
People.
I guess of helping enable people to the point that they could die, or their families are entirely destroyed beyond half and half setups around Slay and the group, the truth, and this and whatever. And whatever's the best interest for the investment and true crime con ring or whatever. I guess it's worth it, yeah, right? Because hell, you can watch them go downhill, be entertained by it. You won't give a damn and you'll sleep just fine if one of them ends up dead and those kids without both parents. The fuck's it matter to you, alright? It should. But it won't.
People.
At McAllister's, you're never just another order number.
Am I good? Leak proof means you're good. Nix.
Nana, what's happening? What's happening? Kawana. So glad to catch this live, Matt. Noel, hope your life's been treating the both of you great. It's good to see you as well. What's up, BS is in the house. One of my favorite hate bonding partners on Old Benjamin. Oh, B, have you seen this? Actually, let me rephrase that. I'm joking, of course, but BS.
No, it's
not. BS is a funny story. I think I've told it before. She's a little fireball, that one. I tried the big dogger. I tried the big dogger a long time ago, and she wasn't going for it. And man, she's a pain in the ass. Pissing me off, she was actually. But we are friends now. And Benny Keys tried the big dogger too. Now I just was slick trolling comments to her, not like trying to like affect her real life. But that's what Benny Keys does. He's not a good person, people. But I want to get into this. So, what's up, Donnie? Yeah. Constance, feel free to drop it through. What's up, Constance? What'd she say? B, I thought you were a mod. I didn't know you were a mod. I gave 5 memberships away. What Constance say? Sue was saying, last known.
Ladies, could we just get about here, like, and not even know what, but like, can we just all agree at this point we're sick of hearing about all these male creators' dicks and their bulldog and their whatever and their let's have a fight about it by saying running lives at certain times to compete, and I am so sick of hearing about all their dicks and them, talking about each other's dicks and competing with one another and bicycles and stationary versus whatever. Can we all just agree at this point that we need Doug and AB and Lockdown and Benny and I don't know who else? At least those. Oh, and Ryan and Don B to just lay them out on a fucking table. Just get together, lay them out on a table, have a neutral, like, I don't know, since all their dicks are just world impressive, just like have a Guinness Book of World Records go have an official measurer. And Ernie, get Ernie in there for sure, and just have them lay them all out on the table. That way we can just be done with this. We never have to hear a word about one of their dicks out of the other one's mouth again, and a competition. We'll all just know, and they can all just shut the fuck up. Could we just agree that needs to be done, so just stop? Anybody felt like we need to? Alright, carrying on. Nobody wants to see it, but I feel like it needs to be done, so they'll all shut the fuck up.
Oh, Constance? Oh, you're saying she's in chat? B, yeah, I see B. You don't have the tablet? Hey, hang on there, B. What's up, Twister? Okay, guys, so listen. I want to clear something up real fast, right?
Oh my god, no! Not Twister. Have y'all noticed how much that motherfucker's suddenly around the streets again? It's weird, isn't it? Very, very weird. That he's so open like that. Yes. Shocking.
I want to clear something up because this is really bothering me. Look, I keep seeing shit like this all over YouTube, and it's really, really weird. It's frustrating. And we have to call out a big...
Yeah, he is. The thing is, though, like, when did he take the TN twist right, all that shit? So is it, I don't know, but considering where he's at and being referred to as, and being known as, or at least in one, I don't know, it just, whatever that twister is, etc., and said to be the same, and identified as the same, definitely not saying they're not, so, and that they're, what they're saying would imply they are indeed that twister. It is, rather oddies everywhere currently. I mean, everywhere. Strange, at least under that. Because do you think that's ever really vanished? Or just been back there and under other names? Like most. Alright, I don't think any of us need the Jeopardy theme to play there. Carry on.
Channel at the end of this live as well, because they were crying about something I did. This channel has like 205,000 views. It's amazing the nerves that I get. I piss a lot off over here, and we're very happy about it. If you can see in the background, that's
yeah, totally. He's doing Lawrenceburg. What an accomplishment to piss off or trigger, to get on the nerves of people with massive channels. Which is your intention in order to build yourself, you anti-tragedy pimp, you. What a well-known tactic of tragedy pimps manipulating, oh my god, for views, clicks, likes, and subs. Dear. Says the guy playing sports and teams and such, with the same group he's always played with MGL and Bullhorn and him inside of Sebastian's, while he pretends he's not. I don't. It's like Ziggy and the rest. Get the fuck out of here, like Cher and Bullhorn. Come the hell on. I'm over it. If y'all ain't, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, viral video. This kid get all mad because guy caught the ball for his right there and went and cried about it.
Okay, I got your sink all fixed.
Thanks. Now if I could just find someone to fix my light switch.
Caught the ball for his
yeah, the guy who couldn't get back here for Summer's anniversary, all this other shit. While he was here for Summer's birthday last time, he tried to get in and around one of the other active cases here and be a spokesman for them too. And they're like, go fuck yourself. And Ryan got that job right here. But he's tried to get Candace and Dawn to get him involved even more in Sebastian's. That didn't take hold. He found other ways to ferret his way in by becoming part of that through fucking with other channels and such and finding a roundabout. Candace and Dawn could never connect him to the others like he wanted to be. In June, he decides it's not really worth it. He's not making enough money. I want to come out in June. Some excuse, tire blown, got halfway here. I can't remember. After months of saying he was gonna come here, no, couldn't make it. You know, yeah, buddy. You know, and now he's trying to insert in other cases, right? So he can warn them about the tragedy pimps like Cher and others, who are clearly trying to get claws in others, as always, right? And to be their spokesman. What's the last thing anybody should want? If they look over at that bitch and what she's done, and seriously, if you want to be fucked, fucked over, fucked with, and a case destroyed, ripped out, or made to look so much, go get you a 1-800-SHARE. I have yet to see her in any case where she actually made. Like, most people would say, well, if you want to look guilty, you're insane, go find Cher. She'll help you out with that. She'll help you from the first second you reach out to her as soon as an alert's released. Probably by tampering with courts, law enforcement, witnesses, intimidating, sending out the group, blah blah. Risking whatever while she stays protected behind borders, front, blah blah blah. I don't know. And she'll make you look guilty now, just whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think if I was, you want to know. Same, I would say about any of these creators. They're not gonna help you, your family member, loved one. They're not gonna help you with real experts, real this, your real voice. They're not gonna help be real advocates, real this, real that. They're gonna help mind fuck you, talk you into those ideas as they play nicey nice till they can get all of everything they can possibly get and as inserted as they can. Get all the things from you in order to destroy any hope or anything or any and whatever your family member or loved one's case actually is. For their profit and gain and to your and your loved one's detriment and law enforcement. Yeah, you want the antithesis of fucking help? Just find these motherfuckers after they've already found you. Yeah. That's really the long and short of
it. And what he cried about. I mean, Jesus Christ. He's this came from Lisa K. Kind of surprised me a little bit.
Something about Lisa K. Oh no, it couldn't be that. She been doing some wild shit over and mixing and matching info to seemingly get people confused. That's odd for Miss K's thing in the team, isn't it? But yeah, putting certain eyes and ears on certain shit right now. It seems to be a team effort right now. I heard that now it's getting paid and all. It was gonna leave, then chose to change its mind. Shit was total nonsense. But based on the fact that they would need to stay until at least 21st because they're tracking. Well, they've made more than they ever made on YouTube before, so no, now they're gonna stay for a whole 200 some dollars a month, which you don't think would be shit to someone with an actual income like Lisa K's possessed. So what's the point? And you wouldn't have to stay to the 21st to get your money from last month anyway. It's total nonsense. Yeah, I don't know, man. Feels like shit might be wrong with that one, too. Oh no. Like shit's always been wrong with that fucking cretin. No, and glaringly obvious. Never. Carry on.
Has been okay with Lisa. I don't know. Lisa is paid.
He's cutting out. Oh man, I swear to God, this wasn't the case the other day.
Yeah, so
I could be wrong, and I had to go back because I pointed this out for other reasons.
Here it is, right here. Now that's that weirdo. It's gonna be. Okay, now we can get together.
I don't know. It's a him thing happening
here. But let me, I'll break this down. Let me flop over here. How's that look? It looks terrible. You can't even see it. Let's blow that up a little bit, shall we? Shall we blow this up a little bit? We shall. No, that's even worse. Come on, dude. What are you doing already? All right, this is all you get. So it says, there is trouble on the hill. Candace has.
Oh yeah, Lisa K was playing it. Told you so. They were broke up. That's right. Lisa K did do that. Really, damage. Lame, know it all, blah blah. Told you Candace never broke up. Right? Total Lisa K move. Yep. and it was posted in other groups on Facebook. So yeah, that's what he's doing, is reading her words, where she has a picture of Candace and Dawn going, thank y'all for the billboards and stuff for us. I mean her daughter. Right. Thanks for everything you did for us. I mean her daughter. Right. That picture for some reason. Anyway, Lisa made a post. It was basically, I told you there's problems. And but
moved to Georgia and is looking for work.
No, that's
paid close attention here to a week ago from lockdown. And what he's saying.
But let me I'll break this down. Let me flop over here. How's that look? It looks terrible. You can't even see it. Let's blow that up a little bit, shall we? Shall we blow this up a little bit? We shall. No, that's even worse. Come on, dude. What are you doing already? All right, this is all you get. So it says, there is trouble on the Hill. Candace has moved to Georgia and is looking for work. Trouble erupted over Don cozying up to a couple of less than truthful YouTubers. And what that might lead.
A couple? Who would those be? A bitch missed me. They're always playing with all of them and all y'all and you, whoever's on the ground that'll do it. Give me a fucking break. Shut up this shit already. Come the hell on. Give me a fucking break. Now the thing is, even if they thought they were only in touch with one or with someone on the ground, blah blah blah, whatever, right? They know all of them work together. The Wells ain't stupid, neither are you, okay? They know it all goes back around. So one means all, you know? But now, what do we have? Oh, that's right, we have Keys and Cher back together again. And Lisa's post, 2 less than whatever creator back in that's where the trouble began. Right? 2 untrustworthy creators. But then you have TM in there too, don't you? And don't get me started on TM Nick thing or how Keys is being like so there again, right? Or the fact that rap supposedly appeared in my shit a bit back. Or that one thing that always pops up around here first or 2 or
Lead to pressure is building. Is something or someone about to break? And there's
no, that's even worse. Come on, dude. What are you doing already? All right, this is all you get.
So it says, there is trouble on the Hill. Candace has moved to Georgia and is looking for work. Trouble erupted over Don cozying up to a couple of less than truthful YouTubers. And what that might lead to, pressure is building. Is something or someone about to break?
Oh, dear God. Twister, I never cared much about your portion on it. That's where you're wrong. I think you were a very small thing and a big mix of things. Possibly in well over your head or what you thought. I gave grace allowance. What I've seen you do since is pretty fucked up, dude. That you continue to put yourself in and around these same people who quite possibly put you at risk of that, or in the middle of shit you say you weren't part of, didn't belong on, didn't want a part of. And that you and your wife are super concerned about enough to be like, hey, Jody Sue, what the fuck is really going on? We need this here, that. I mean, just some of your behavior, man. Some of the things you wanted initially from me have that same, oh, how far under the bus are we? Like, penny and the rest, trying to get info for this group, see how far everybody was under. Like, man, I gave grace and allowance for all those things. But that you've continued through all these years to put yourself in and around the same group of people is beyond absurd. If you cared at all about what they did, what they are still doing, and how they're doing it in Summer's case, and in our community, you wouldn't be here, period. Or around them or associated with them. And you can't make that make goddamn sense, dude. You can't. And the words out of your goddamn mouth about me and others and the shit I've seen you, or real you, or between you, because I have no way to. I mean, I could, like. You know, or an alt you, you know. It's just like, you would not continue doing as you've done, Twister. You wouldn't watch these people. I mean, in those first days, right? Remember you and I having talks, video chats, all that? You were hella worried about what you've been gotten into. And Twister, let me just make it clear. I know things about you from others who have real legit backgrounds and shit. And around Summer's case that aren't just average people, let's say. And that leads me to think certain things or to know certain things. Or what you were saying and doing at certain locations, other than just around all of us or watching or filming and things. Do you understand what I'm telling you, sister? And that you were still around the people that you were like, well, fuck all these people. All I want to do is help Summer. I never meant to be part of it. And you're around the very people fucking up shit, and you've now connected to an abundance of people that you weren't even then, that you have to know and be aware at this point are doing these things and targeting us on purpose in a way they are absolutely aware of, just like you had to be aware of after a certain point. You had grace in a period there, right? You make it make sense, Twister. I can't. Why are you around those like Chilby and others who are being sent into the community to get around people or access witnesses or to get all things so, they can destroy and be used against? Why are you around these fucking tragedy pimps like Lockdown and others in the rooms and cheering them on and members and da-da-da-da-da? Why are you around these people? If you don't want to be part of it in your first summer, then why are you supporting, encouraging, all that? Why are you doing it? Why have you left some of the comments about some of us throughout the years and continued on your path? And I don't really give a flying shit whether you believe me about Scream or DV or anything else. That's not my issue, nor has it ever been. I remember like, hey, Twister, do you believe me about a Scream or DV? I don't give a shit. There's enough proof and evidence to show. DV is real. I don't need anyone to believe me. I've never been here about that shit. I don't need a team either. I've never been here for that. And the scream, man, it is what it is. It happened as it happened, when it happened, uh, what it exactly is, where it places, if anywhere at all. That's up to law enforcement. Uh, they can say unfounded up your ass. They can say whatever the hell they'd like. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what it means either. Or that things aren't done for reasons. And at the end of the day, law enforcement feds can say, or ever give an explanation. All I can tell you is that something did indeed take place that time. And that I was not the only one to hear it. And to see certain things throughout that day. Or whatnot. And there are other things that give us clues that it may be more than the word unfounded would suggest it is. That doesn't mean it is. So either way, I don't care. And scream, it's always been a thing with you all, man. You know? It's all anybody wants to talk about. There are a great deal many things witnessed and heard that day, other than that. A great deal many. And still yet, even on those things, only law enforcement feds can say where they place and if those are even things. So. And none of us, at least on mine, are here to be like, dear public, believe us and give a shit. Right? I don't give a shit. Other than in civil and legal terms, and defamation, slander, etc., and the harm to our real lives, reputation, etc., danger to us, all that shit in that regard. And one day getting there, and taking care of what it's done to, as far as that goes. But I've never been here for some sort of asking thing, or for people to be like, believe us. I don't really give a fuck. I'm here as promised, like the tragedy pimps that dared hunt us. And to figure out what the fuck all of them, including Brad and everybody else up to from the ground upward. And who do you think it is, Twister? If there's a lie, they told it. Well, neither do I, Twister, but it's where you congregate around the group that help put your ass in the middle of that, and you're still around them, buddy. If you think you've been wrongfully blamed for anything, it's because, well, you got wrapped up in and around. And then you doubled down and you chose not to separate and get the hell away from this group or affiliate with them. Instead, you doubled and tripled down. Spent years around and with them online and in real life. Continuing. Make that make sense, Twister. You can't. And that you know these people are still involved in more extreme ways than they were even then and trying to get out of it. And you're still right there supporting them, encouraging, yeehawing, and talking shit about a whole host of people, including myself and my children online. Which may make us hold firm to the beliefs that you are not as innocent as you proclaim. I'm sure you can Maybe imagine why that would be. Or to doubt you. I don't know about you, buddy, but I don't tend to hang out with people who potentially set you up to look certain ways to do dirty work. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. And that you know clearly are tampering in and around with real lives. Like you say you didn't want that. I mean, come on. No twist. So, you carry on, buddy. You do you on winner. Whoever the fuck right there you are, I don't know. You got a dear 348 subs and 22 videos. Right. Oh my god. See, that's how much I follow you. Summer's Billboard. Christy goddamn Vincent was in touch with you, Twister. Did you see what she did to Cam? You know, the dude you were helping out and film all of us while we were interviewing so teams could keep eyes on and the concerned Wells could get word of and everybody could see what was out and what wasn't by the time the group and the marathon were going down in the pile of flames. That's your weirdo. Christy was in touch with you, my buddy. You ever notice the odd times Christy shows up on these streets too under a real name? Strange. Showed up at another thing around Cam when lockdown fucked him all up. Him and Allie with Cher, with Christy and Danny in tow. Almost a repeat fashion of what they did to Brad. And here you are just a week ago with lockdown highlighting your comments as a supporter in his channel. Ain't that something, Twister? Yeah, buddy. What is up with that doubling down that lady did anyway? Staying exhort, but I'm also in the Carolina. Oh my god, like, what was up with that? So vehement. Anyway, I don't care. Alright. So, I don't know. I guess we've got off the lockdown thing here. With your shit. Not really interested in your shit, because it doesn't make sense. What does make better sense to me today, and in right now in the present, is that you're probably over here for lockdown or one of them motherfuckers to pull off from this, so that'd be my guess. Hate it if anything went anywhere in a cohesive manner. Wouldn't you, Twister? Yeah. Would you like to go join Team Justice or This Harmony? You know, a Juniper maybe? Others of the lockdown crews sent over at certain times for probably the Wells in the end. Oh, like you and Brad were from the beginning. No. Shocked by this behavior, Twister. Shocked. Anyway, as long as everyone wants to keep doing this tape, I'm gonna do this.
See how the It's all over YouTube, and it's really, really weird. It's fun.
Share, BK, polygraphs, rinse repeat patterns, share and BK scamming, lockdown fully aware of it, on to Elise K, a post about Candace coming live after, lockdown weirdly only taking notice of Sherry's always interested in the ass cheeks of. After a month of her scamming on my name, puts eyes on a live where she is fully aware and admits that I want her to stop, cease and desist, and Benny's brought out to play. Lockdown starts playing old Benny at the changed angelic arc of Tiffany wants to get in on, everybody else wants to play fucking stupid games. Are we caught up? To the portion where Twister comes in my room, wildly enough after all this time. After he's just been on lockdowns. After all these years of proclamations that he's up to no fucking bullshit, but it's clearly around the same people he says and was all stressed out about involving bullshit since, the Maryland. It makes total sense. Alright, carrying on. Did I leave out the Cayman Alley portion? And now, you know what? Let's just carry on from here. You want to? And we'll keep doing this if I've got to. Knock it off today, guys.
And we have to call out a big giant channel at the end of this live as well, because they were crying about something I did. This channel has like 205,000 views. It's amazing the nerves that I get. I piss a lot over here, and we're very happy about it. If you can see in the background, that's
Actually, Twister, as you sat there that day for hours and shit, filming myself, my minor child and such, worried for the group, shooketh, and I don't know, probably part of the portion of the group that were following journalists, law enforcement, trying to get a beat on the investigation, other people, witnesses, seeing anything been mentioned about Marathon, and all things, right? Who on earth were parked at the other locations? Do you know? That we're following a great deal, many of us bumper to bumper, that then led to Lady R's cues, that fuckery, people tailgating that could have gotten us and our children killed, sitting in the exact location that others far better than you videographers of fuckery, where all these other things, and to know what locations you all would inevitably be at, because you've been up to, who all was sitting at, in those places that then led to my minor children and others being face to face with goddamn motherfuckers about like Cayman Alley's children were in the yards and shit during weird times. Almost threat-like. Mez threat stuff, and our children were living out. Just shut up, basically, and go the fuck away, and blah, 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 blah. Always aim for the children, right? Who all were those other people in the team or in the Twister doing that, sitting at locations for all of us witnesses, anybody news might speak to, that the team or the Wells didn't know about, but would if others could follow them and ferret them out and find them in order to maybe target, harass, blackmail, put in fear so they didn't come forward, all that shit. All that. Do you know? Did any of the other team tell you, did any of those like Brad or Lizzie's or anybody, Cams, etc., did they tell you who all those other players might be? Because I know who a few were, of course, as do better eyes and such than mine. And I know they do. But inevitably, what role were you used in? I think it goes far darker than Billboard's Twist.
Oh, did you guys see that?
Twister, I have no intention of calling the police to your fucking door. They're aware, and I'm with you. If they want to visit, they'll visit. Sorry, unlike your tragedy event buddies and your fellow fuckers like Cam and Brad's, I ain't trying to inundate or fuck around with or waste their goddamn time. I'm sure they're well aware of all of y'all. I know they are. So if when they want to visit you all, same place. But I'm not gonna waste my goddamn time nor theirs being like, oh God, Twister is in my room today. I'm sure they're aware of that too. At any time y'all want to fuck around with one of us. But yeah, I'm so shook up by it. I'm just gonna pick up and call 911. I'm in total histrionics about it, Twister. Yeah, goddamn break. I ain't you all. You know, and I ain't trying to waste their time. Hell, just us being here does that because of dumb shit. That your beloved creators are still around, that makes no sense. Are responsible for them, taking every word and what? Twisting it up, Twister? To what? Distract for the worst reasons, worst monsters? Cleanse their own assholes of real crime? Going real life on and inserting in around crimes? Terrible events they had no right to? And hunting and acquiring people the way in which those you're around did, with help from those like you, whether you knew that's what you were doing or not, and your portion of it, whether you understood it fully or not at those early times. But I can tell you, Twister, that dates circle back to those periods where Cam was asking others, and so on and so forth. And this group, including TM and the rest, were hunting us fully now. But Cam was asking for access to us, and it was denied. He was told no one to leave us alone. And yet, people like you felt inclined to do what was done. I don't know, man. And a certain set of days, and dates were coming out. And down to the wire to where it was, this group and all them damn sure wanted a hold of certain folks. I don't know, man. Either way, I ain't gonna waste their time. And I don't know what would make you think I would. What the hell? Y'all wild. Oh, good God Almighty. Alright. I might be back. Maybe. Maybe. Let's see here. Alright. I may have to swap over to... No. Is that really what we're going to do today? Oh man, there's some sort of error that occurred. Surely I'm wrong. And it says it's still there. It's weird. Damn, it's strange. Now I got the overlap going on this. Weird how it goes. Yeah. I guess next time it happens, we'll just swap over to my copy. Stupid shit.
This is your sign to come to church with us. We're missionaries from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And we'll save you a seat at church this Sunday. Church is...
It's all over YouTube. And it's really, really weird. It's just frustrating. And we have to call out.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I seem like the type that my algorithm should definitely be yeah. Mention propaganda. I don't know, start getting like cult ads.
Big giant channel at the end of this live as well, because they were crying about something I did. This channel has like 205,000 views. It's amazing the nerves that I get. I piss a lot off over here, and we're very happy about it. If you can see in the background that this that's, did you guys see that viral video? This kid got all mad because the guy cut the ball for his right there and went and cried about it. I mean, Jesus Christ. This came from Lisa K. Kind of surprised me a little bit. Was it okay with Lisa? I don't know.
And as far as getting my answers, Twister, who's to say I already don't have them and haven't since then, or before I even left certain parking lots that day, or wasn't warned in advance. Probably probably never underestimate those you're fucking with. In any way, whether knowingly so or not at particular times. Still seemingly grouped up with her.
Lisa is paid. So here it is right here. Now that's that weirdo. It's going to be. Okay, now we can get together. But let me I'll break this down. Let me flop over here. How's that look? It looks terrible. You can't even see it. Let's blow that up a little bit, shall we? Shall we blow this up a little bit? We shall. No, that's even worse. Come on, dude. What are you doing already? All right, this is all you get. So it says, there is trouble on the Hill. Candace has moved to Georgia and is looking for work. Trouble erupted over Don cozying up to a couple of less than truthful YouTubers. And what that might lead to, pressure is building. Is something or someone about to break? See how it all ties into a new theory about what might have happened this summer? And who knows? Are we nearing the end? This is like so stupid. These people, yeah. Don and Candace got into an argument. Ooh, it happened.
Oh dear. Pomeranian cheese wrapper. Long-term paving. We're shocked. Anyway, listen to Lockdown a week ago. Listen close.
All the time. Fear. Trouble on the Hill. Candace has moved to Georgia and
as he's reading Lee's case post.
Looking for work. Trouble erupted over Don. But let me I'll break this down. Let me flop over here. How's that look? It looks terrible. You can't even see it. Let's blow that up a little bit, shall we? Shall we blow this up a little bit? We shall. No, that's even worse. Come on, dude. What are you doing already? All right, this is all you get. So it says, there is trouble on the Hill. Candace has moved to Georgia and is looking for work. Trouble erupted over Don cozying up to a couple of less than truthful YouTubers. And what that might lead to, pressure is building. Is something or someone about to break? See how it all ties into a new theory about what might have happened this summer? And who knows? Are we nearing the end? This is like so stupid. These people, yeah. Don and Candace got into an argument. Ooh, it happens all the time. Do I run to YouTube and tell you guys they had a fight? No. Do I yell? Do I announce all the times me and Noel get into fights? No. Because it's nobody's business if a married couple or a couple who has been together forever get into an argument. Who cares? Now, I do understand that Candace posts stuff to raise questions, but I mean, think about what you're reading.
Yeah, I remember that time. Well, I don't know. The whole world swore because Candace got on live and was like showcasing the black eye. And everybody's like, something's wrong with those. Lockdown swore up and down it. goddamn what it was, blah blah, even though he's present for and pictures of him rad, and blah blah and all that, remember? Mm-hmm. Keep that in mind.
Think about what you're reading. She literally says, starting over in Georgia. Well, no, she's in Tennessee, people. She's in Tennessee, actually. She didn't start a new job. You got to think about what you're reading. You know what I'm saying? I can't just go to California and start over with no job. No, you have to have a foundation. Okay? Sometimes people post when they're mad. Sometimes people post to piss their ex off. I don't know, and I can't think for people. But what I do know is couples get into an argument all the time. Sometimes people need a day or two to blow off. Happens to me, hey, it's normal, right? I just don't get this. I have no idea why this has anything to do with Unwells. They get into a fight. I've known them for years. They've gotten into a lot of fights. They've literally heard me and Noel get into a lot of fights over the years. It's not a big deal, right? I just don't get it. But there's no trouble in Ben Hill. There's no divorce. There's no separation. This is all a fantasy lie. It's not true. Now, you can believe it if you want. But as someone who talks to them very frequently, I'm telling you, there's no truth to this. So if you want to entertain it, go ahead. I'll be here laughing and saying I told you so, as I do all the time with these tragedy pimp grifters. Now, I want to get right into the meat and potatoes today, people. Right into the meat and potatoes. So, and I won't be boring you too long or any of this stuff, but it's very important that we address some of the misinfo in this horrendous.
So a week ago, he was definitely on a cleanup cycle, sweating down to you all as his viewing audience. He and Noel for a fact knew that Candace was not this year, and, you know, people getting in fights, that's normal, blah, blah, you know, all that, right? And the tragedy pimps remind you, like Lisa, never mind.
And this grip. Now, if you don't know, share. Cited that.
Here's how to legally steal from your car insurance company. If you can't afford car insurance anymore, it's not your fault. The problem is you guys are going...
I can't even believe it. That. Holy shit.
Fund money for people to take lie detector tests. What exactly did share cited that fund money for people to take lie detector tests. What exactly this would do to the professionals that are handling the case. They do not take this lady at all seriously because she's called the TBI 1,075 times with fraudulent clips, with clickbait. Let's have a listen at the skeleton and the YouTube whore voices behind my balls as she brings back Benjamin.
The skeleton and the YouTube whore that he'll work with when it's time to target came in and got. Smells like a male version of a bullhorn. And Quentin's like, oh my god. Carry on.
Keys, aka the man who banged his ex-wife's brother-in-law.
Who cares?
Can we get an audio check? Can we get an audio check? 1, if it's good. 2, if it's no good. 1, if it's good. 2, if it's no good. This gave me a warning. That's why I'm asking. Can you hear? So you guys cannot hear her? I'm getting 1s, I'm getting 2s. Share is an effing joke. Okay. I'm going to... You should be able to hear it now. It's spotty, goes in and out. I gotcha. I was stopping and playing it, though. So let me... Okay. Okay, gotcha, guys. Okay, so you haven't missed anything yet. Let me just rewind this back.
He's rewinding.
So Cher has now is taken. This is a new grift, people. This is a new grift. Allegedly past Don and Candace, right? How dumb is that? How dumb is that? She wants to be able to see the results. Now let's keep it real. Do you think Cher, Prayer Garden, any and all of these morons, if the lie detector test were to be publicly shown, does anybody believe that they wouldn't pick that apart and micromanage that? I mean, it's.
Whoa. I don't know. It's the same weird you like I said a while back. And when I first found out about this shit, I was like, wait. It's almost like then Cher went on to parrot that, and she'd already tried to get in front of that on her own lives, in case that came up as the argument against. Then it's almost like a lockdown after a month of ignoring this shit and his favorite Canadian ass cheeks. Weirdly enough, as attention grew on it, and it grew as a content maker for all. And blah 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 blah, and distraction cycle, and to make sure it got put in place real good before anybody might disrupt it or call it, all those things. He takes a hell of a time to finally start worrying about it a week ago. It's almost as if parenting was happening, and like I had already said out loud, Cher herself had tried to get in front of him in case that was the argument against. There's lockdown suddenly a week ago with it. Like, he has a brain cell to figure out his, no. And knowing at the end of the day, despite their narrative right now, it's C&D don't want these polygraphs done, I'm all called bullshit. Because in the grand scheme of things, it's a matter of Brandy and Fred Dang, it'll be a great distraction. It'll be a great way to fuck with and actually help them out. Most likely. And more of a chaos maker and a calling and a theory setter and all this sort of shit, right? Cher's leakages over there and evil existing helping her and Ziggy still at the same time. And that one being responsible for a great deal of the hoaxes, bullshit, instead of evil definitely played a goddamn role in the Andy versus Fred road. I've got the video shit. Didn't she until walking that back and all the bullshit, false calls to feds and turning in of Andy and that she's over there and still in between Ziggy and Cher doing this shit as Cher can't help but keep repeating words set up. Like I said, Andy's stupid. He plays in this. It's whatever, you know. I mean, that's whatever. I don't give a damn. But yeah, the hell they don't. You know, and that it'll help in ways that could be helpful if probably certain things are being paved way for. So, yeah, seems to be the way of the Wells since the beginning. Um, and honestly, for those of us who know them, this is not new behavior. These are the types of things and methods and tactics they themselves use even without tragedy pimps. And just in real life, real time. To get by with, get away with, do this shit, get in front of, distract, blah blah, pinpoint, sling mud, jello cat, blame. Set up other folks and shit, especially those they done wrong or whatever first, also shit. Or, whatever, knew too much about him and this is a thing that many may hold receipts on, including myself, and can show their behavior patterns and cycles and how they enjoy shit like this long before summer vanished. And just to those locally they'd fucked around with, pissed off, robbed, screwed around with, victimized, left behind the right, type of shit. They, their children, others, you know. And there are many of those. And so therefore there are many who actually hold receipts on this shit. Not just myself. But these are the same goddamn things they've done for years. And I'd hazard to bet most of their lives, especially Dawn, who's like goddamn geriatric at this point, has a lifetime of this behavior from childhood forward. And these same tactics and what they've both done. I mean, like, and honestly, all three of them up there on the hills, adults, and how I've watched them play together and the games they play and the team they are together. And if you think them all writing messages or replying as one another in TE games and texting or changing apps or doing certain things and writing from one another or protecting one another are new, well, I got news for you. That ain't new either. Even if it seems like at times there are real 911 calls or even police reports and shit. During times even before summer vanished. Those of us who know them can pick out the bullshit and their fuckery during those times. Because what we live beside of what we're seeing here in real time versus those calls now and things out and reports out. And we can see the way in which they were even then and other periods, what looked like law enforcement probably is them turning each other in, but as they're doing that, they're even fucking with law enforcement and making sure neither actually going to the bus as far as the other. It could show them are actually seeking what law enforcement thought they saw. This is not new for the Wells. You bazillions of idiots out there watching is entertainment, and you other morons out here is tragedy pimps. Helping them, furthering it for whatever their reasons are for doing it. You're the assholes. So are they. But y'all are the assholes too. And if you buy the pretend arcs and change behavior and da-da-da, and you pull everything back down to addict, and that's why this, where that, and you forget what monsters are, and you keep buying and believing that bullshit of abusers, cons, addicts, and their changed arcs, just like the keys and their belts keep coming back on there with same type of thing. Like that applies for all monsters and types across the board. They always try shit. Ain't none of them change their spots, dude. They hide for a bit, they come back out, they do the same shit. It'll perpetually and forever be the same. Alright. It's just how it is. Just how it is.
It's just the entitlement.
Ain't true change there.
So Cher has now is taken. This is a new grift, people. This is a new grift. Allegedly past Don and Candace, right? How dumb is that? How dumb is that? She wants to be able to see the results. Now let's keep it real. Do you think Cher, Prayer Garden, and any and all of these morons, if the lie detector tests were to be publicly shown, does anybody believe that they wouldn't pick that apart and micromanage that? I mean, it's just the entitlement, right? But I'm just letting you know what she's doing right here. So I want to show you guys some stuff, but let's go here first. I want to tell you about Joe, because you guys probably haven't watched Voices in a long time. Either have I. And before Benny Key joins, what?
So what are the penalties for not filing your taxes? Here's the damage. There are 2 different penalties you'll be hit with. The first.
Okay, not a problem. I don't know why. So you didn't hear any of that. Not a problem. So all she did was talking about Jody Sue. She's talking about this lie detector test, right? Let me know if you can hear it now.
Oh my god. Your voice should have shook like cows did the other day. Out of group-based fear when saying my name. Bitch, we are on a giant, enormous, long-lived path of, you creators are not to be mentioned in my name. That's been a group pact again. They're trying to drive it longer this time so that maybe it actually takes full hold. If you mention me, you're only supposed to do so quietly and as the neighbor. My name and initials are meant to be blocked out of your chats everywhere so that nothing can be said or attention put on. Man, stick with the blackout cycle. Good lord. Even Daisy there looks like, are we supposed to mention Jody's? Right. But then make sure to hit me last, like, hey, I don't know. Dirty work. But yeah, you are not to be mentioning my name, man. There's a whole pact in place. A long-term one. Very threaty. Right. Yeah. Stick with that, please. But anyway, it's weird. Lockdown a week ago takes notice. Cher's got my name. And the whole live is essentially about me. And, her being absolutely aware, and clearly so by that point, and that I would like her to knock it the fuck off, and that I've indeed said stop and take my name out of, and take the post down, and stop raising cash on while you still those things up. Do whatever the fuck you like, Andy Fred. They won't play in your game. Leave me the fuck out of it. Do not be falsely raising funds. Ask for her to be reported if she continued, etc. So therefore, like, means she was fully aware of that. That lockdown puts eyes on that. Benny's put into that live. Yeah, all these things. I'm fucking joking. Anyway, yeah, totally. Flabbergasted.
Guys, right now.
Looking over my shoulder all the time.
Go on.
Everyone was being nice to me. I'd be like, what the fuck is up? You know, just like when you got a house full of kids, all of a sudden it's quiet. I'd be worried. Hey, Walter. Hey, Joe.
Listen, guys. Listen. Watch this.
No. Don't do that, Joe. We're not doing that. We're being comment.
Is she talking like that one that's like the JoJo Popovich or whatever, that one? I don't know.
I don't know if it was you earlier calling her Miss Piggy. We're not doing that. I deleted that comment too. So I hate that my channel, absolutely.
So people share have gotten serious. She's like Betty. No, I'm back to the real true crime. Joe, you're always welcome over here, Joe. You're always welcome over here, and we'll rip into her ass. Oh, we're going to do it today. Joe, come on over. Get your troll on. But Joe gets threatened about blocking and everything else because now Cher is serious. Now, Joe, how dare you, Joe? You don't know the rules? You can't go over there calling Ziggy a fat pig or Miss Piggy. But what you are allowed to do is go over there and just call Don Candace whatever you want. Duh, Joe. I mean, get with the fucking program, Joe. But, you know, Cher is turning around for serious, y'all. There's no more grips. There's none of this.
No bullshit. All you really gotta do is take it back to the if Tim's right. We're gonna have puppies. Cher ain't ever been out of, quote, touch with homies. Y'all can be made to believe and led and fed to whatever they want you to believe or to see at certain times. Or to think. Nah. Y'all go right on ahead. But that you think suddenly, and to see the sadness at one point in that live went over, Cher's like, well, it's just Dale talking about Don's certain he's gonna be arrested for this coup. Let's talk about Andy and Fred and the Polygraph. Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, you know, it's very telling. And for lockdown and playing that, Cher's intel, well, all the shit, I was, whatever. Whatever, fuck shit, okay? Whatever. Alright, guys, I feel like I'm actually feeling temperature currently, so I decided to change, and we're gonna carry on.
But let's have a listen at this entire joke of Alive, right? Now I'm going to bring you to, we're going to listen to how weird this is.
This isn't for kids, okay? It's true crime. It shouldn't even be for anyone that's under 18, in my opinion. Hi, JD. Hi, Mary. You know, I'm going to delete the comment, and then if it happens again, I'm timing you out. And one more time, I guess I'm starting a block list. In fact, I don't even know if I'm going to do the 3 strike. No, I'll delete the comment. I'm done with the shit. Hi, Roswell. Miss Hills, Jewelry, Tammy.
Watch this, guys.
Well, that's understandable. It's been too much. It's been years now. I get that. That's a fair feeling. Okay. Hi, Angie's Life, JD. Hi, Mary. That would be good. I mean, obviously, I would love Polly, Dawn, and Candace. And from what I hear, like, Dawn and Candace are allegedly broken up and stuff. So,
Oh,
like,
the rumor.
Dawn, what up, homie? Baby.
Now, people, if you don't know about this, I must do something at this point right now in the chat. It has to be done. So please hold for your viewing pleasure. Try not to laugh. So what I will be showing to you now are several screenshots debunking everything she said thus far. Now, exhibit 1, she doesn't believe that Don and Kim.
That's on his end. I swear it was clear.
I've never seen it. After the parents started getting harassed multiple times off of from the Dr. Phil interview, there was an article done specifically with Dr. Phil where he talks about the polygraph test. Now, I've posted this millions of times. If you have never seen that, that's funny because that gets hit like you wouldn't believe. But what we have here, when she says she wants Don to call her, she's not joking, people. Now, on Exhibit A, this would be Cher, voices behind my balls, getting dressed up and sending these photos to Don Wells because she thought that she can convince Don through sex tactics that, I guess in her mind, oh, he'll just admit he did this horrendous crime on his children. So notice her hands. Now, she might be on all fours. That thing probably smells like a Dead Sea behind her because she thought that she can convince Don through sex tactics that, I guess in her mind, oh, he'll just admit he did this horrendous crime on his children. So notice.
Wait, what did you... Wait. So, Cher, through these sex tactics, right after Summer banished and started around Dawn, started sending ass cheek photos and whatever, and pictures of her at like 18 prior to drugs and all that. And eating disorders and everything else, and addictions, whatever. And that, no, wait, what? This is where it gets, I'm confused.
Hands, people. Now, on Exhibit A, this would be Cher, voices behind my balls, getting dressed up and sending these photos to Don Wells because she thought that she can convince Don through sex tactics that, I guess in her mind, oh, he'll just admit he did this horrendous crime on his children. So notice her hand.
What horrendous crime on his children? She got inserted and involved after much like all of y'all. Because of summer vanishing. That's one child. And that should be one child, and you'll insert to see if the parents are guilty of somehow making said child disappear if they're innocent or, whatever. The same routine you'll always do. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe lockdown thinks all the children just vanished. I don't know. Boy's so wrong and not clued in. He probably does.
Now she might be on all fours. That thing, that gets hit like you wouldn't believe. But what we have here, when she says she wants Don to call her, she's not joking, people. Now on Exhibit A, this would be Cher, voices behind my balls, getting dressed up and sending these photos to Don Wells because she thought that she can convince Don through sex tactics that, I guess in her mind, oh, he'll just admit he did this horrendous crime on his children. So notice her hands. Now she might be on all fours. That thing probably smells like a Dead Sea behind her. But who's taking the photo, you may ask? Well, wondering minds would want to know. Well, that would be obviously her cuck husband, because he also took this one and then which then she sent to Don. Now, of course, her thinking was, oh, Don will give me all the information that I need. I'll trick him. It's like two little baby cupcakes. You know, when I first got sent these, I was like, what the hell? What is this? A 12-year-old kid or what? That looks like me when I was 12, my butt. Before I didn't start doing squats. But no, that's Cher, people. That would be Cher. And it's pretty disgusting and raunchy. But so make sure that you take her for serious when she says, hey, Don, call me. Because that really happens, people. Now, let's go back to this horrendous live. Let's have a listen at this horrendous grift. And let me show you how dumb this person is. How dumb this person is. I mean, this is comical. We haven't even got the laughs yet. Watch this shit.
Now remember at the first 23 seconds, he's like, oh, here's Benny and Cher back together like always. And Benny and Cher, another grift together. One Benny knows well for sure and knows better than be part of, for sure. Wild where Benny chose to show up at, when and where. And a week ago on a post, oh my god, no.
Where are we going from here? We're going 24 minutes.
Live confirmed they're doing this, and go ahead, continue on with the plans. Share. Andy popped up in chat live. Everyone saw it. That was there, and said, "Set me one up. I want to polygraph too."
Mm-hmm.
So that's how that went. Then
I see it. I don't know why. It's really pissing me off. It's what's happening. Oh, there it goes. I paused it.
I can go ahead and do it, but we aren't going to get anything. Like, we won't get any answers from it. They're going to hold it as part of the tool for them in the investigation.
So,
and we all doing this for over 4 years. I
As
think
they should, right? I mean,
Yeah,
I
yes, exactly.
so you guys missed it because it was loading.
And there's new art Benny again for 40th time in all years. As they should. Yeah, okay. Alright. But it was different back in the day when all the things occur in the mini cycles of Benny and the polygraphs and fuckery and him scamming on the idea of one could be getting all this bullshit, right? Sure. And my name and on it, and lies y'all still believe that they put out in propaganda Benny put out while working with the Wells fully and out in the open to go, she's refusing, she won't do one, all this other shit, and making Cash App gang with the crew. Oh no, and that Cher played into. But now suddenly New York is like, well, as it should be kept from one. We should know. Alright, Benny. Right, but you're gonna sit on a panel with it while she's doing it. And just like you did it before. Alright.
Replay this, it's very comical. So at this point on the live, Benny has joined, right? She is trying to talk one way, okay? She's saying in this little piece how the TBI knows what she's doing with grifting to get money to buy all these polygraphs for people, right? She's saying it's the TBI gave her the okay because of what she's been doing for 4 years, right? Now, Benny Keys then says she's trying to paint like Andy doesn't want to do a polygraph. And then Benny comes in and goes, well, I mean, as he should, right? And then she's forced to like be like the yes man to Benny because she's such a yes man to Benny, right? But it's comical. I'll replay it real fast because I know we missed that part.
Continue on with the plans share. Andy popped up in chat live. Everyone saw it that was there and said, set me one up too. I want a polygraph too.
Mm-hmm.
So
I believe what was propped up on people's screens at certain times the message run that. Weirdo's almost over in those rooms instantly, almost like he knew in advance, like he usually does during communications in the background. He appears, plays in the fuck shit for a bit, but only on certain panels, doing the worst, who are responsible for some of the worst twisting and narratives around him. Not actually as you all believe, and they want you to believe whatever else, right? And trigger bitched him with real good, right? And that benefiting that fucking piece of shit motherfucker. And helped him make money on using us vicariously with and through you and whatever for all these years. So, and getting off on it. So anyway, yeah, it's weird how he shows up instantly, like, you know, he knows, and he's been told to come over to certain rooms at certain times and to be part of, and to drive certain things. Like, cemetery shit, dream shit, Fred and him and the road shit. Or Ziggy standing back and letting Andy question while Chloe, Jenny, and Adrian are on either side and questions formulated to be like, hey Fred, they take your phone and shit. Well, yeah, they took everybody's. They took yours too. No, they didn't. Makes Fred look like Andy's allowed to do that with the team that everybody, including Ziggy, knows. Yeah, y'all were entertained there. Anyway, carrying on.
that's how that went. And then Jody Sue Brown went live telling everyone not to do.
Oh, and Ryan finds Truth's involvement. Oh, shit. And lifting that propellant, knowing this bitch was doing it fraudulently under my name, and he had awareness by the time his post was. And other things. And that Ryan's played such a role in targeting of mine and Seraphina Pins conveniently placed only after she became aware of certain obits from her family, and him doing that, gearing up around holidays, the orders in place, and fuck with us for Monster. That way get access to 125 with Rocket and all that. So, yeah. I don't know, it all has a scent and smell to it, and trackable format through all the cycles and all that. But anyway, whatever. Whatever.
And then whatever. So I'll repeat for the other people who are still giving me shit today. Why is because, or why not have TBI do it and not pay the money? And why are you doing this? And the reason why is because sure, TBI or the FBI can go ahead and do it, but we aren't going to get anything. Like, we won't get any answers from it. They're going to hold it as part of the tool for them in the investigation. And we all doing this for over 4 years. I
as
think
they should, right? I mean,
yeah, yes, exactly. Yep. So,
So you see how she's trying to say, like,
still weird. They had Fred on a polygraph already, and didn't question him about Summer. Supposedly, allegedly, although at first him and Ziggy did say they questioned him about Summer. And he said he was under investigation for 2 murders. I don't know what the fuck. They may ever finish that arc there. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Point is, it's weird. If they didn't, and they said they did, but then they didn't, wouldn't they have got one then if they wanted it? Probably. You think they would have already pulled Andy in for one if they wanted it? Or any of us really? And we've offered from day one, like, are there things that some of us would like done for Summer or whatever? And yes. But are there reasons there have been stoppages or this and the other, or put certain things are not required of, or we've not been given? Probably. Maybe. I mean, some degree or other. So you can sort of ascertain from that does this realm really need them? For what purpose? Nothing good, I can assure you of that. Who would benefit from them the most? And the knowledge and results then. Think it's gonna be Summer? No, probably detrimental, actually, to anything real. And considering most of those there, though not guilty of Summer vanishing in any way, they fit criteria to where, and I know this to be true, and I'd almost guarantee it, of Monster, though. This motherfucker and his ability to lie and to believe his own bullshit. I mean, just the motherfucker I've managed to survive thus far. To be able and willing to kill another human being and attempt to over what they know are absolute lies. They are telling and to believe on shit and willing to kill and murder over it. Women and children while looking them dead ass in the face and, to what, where the last seconds of life left in were fine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have the capability of passing polygraphs. Uh, you know, no matter what. So, is it really useful? I don't know. In the end, all I know is he also has someone like Fred, who is, for one reason or the other, convinced of this road shit, whether it be because people allowed him to believe what he was seeing and was on those dates, and da 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 da. Or not, I just know that he didn't see Andy when he says he did. And I know that Andy wasn't in there. If he was, Andy would have already been interrogated. Like, this is stupid. So, there's proof here and evidence always has been that Andy couldn't have been on that road. So, all this stupid shit has just been that content distraction for somebody, some benefit there, and it damn well ain't for summer. But Fred could very well end up on a polygraph, and because of what he is firmly the belief of, whether it be made up bullshit for tragedy pimps, or whether it be because his tweaked ass, foxy little schizophrenic mind firmly believes that, or he was allowed to think that based on things he was allowed to see or not. He could very well, you could question both of them on a poly, and it'd be, nope, but on the road, and that'd be true. But then also get Fred on a polygraph, and him be like, how's that true? And be like, yeah, yeah. And then it really confused the fucking world. Still yet. Or even other shit asked, and it just caused chaos and fuckery. And that's what it's going to be about. Who do you think that's going to help? Summer? No. Other motherfuckers trying to take attention and center off themselves and what seems like destroy Summer's case. No, you mean all this other shit? Yeah, most likely. Will it be to the detriment of Fred and Eddie? Most likely. Will it also help target others in and around Summer's case? Because monsters want to be so and so treasure. Yep, most likely. So, doesn't take a genius to figure it out. And I'm gonna bet it all happens or takes place at certain days, times, convenient shit. And there's gonna be a steady foot on the gas here for a bit. Back off, insert till things are done, not done, whatever. And I'm gonna bet certain things will come before, possibly, and other things will be this and the other, and then there'll be a well-timed series of events, like always, to really be able to get things out, but then distract from, make other people look like X, Y, Z. And if Andy and Fred ones want to be the superior point of that, and want to help in that goddamn chaos making, or what would maybe be ways to make them look even funkier, may lead inevitably to like Netflix book deals for some tragedy pimp or the other, or some shit. So be it. I'll let them play in it, I guess. You know? don't know, it keeps doing weird shit over here. So anyway, if they want to play it, let them. I don't know. What other word do you choose? Except for that window, it is a terrible way to try to encompass what all it actually is, because it ain't playful in the least.
She's trying to say, give me money so I can buy polygraph tests, because if the TBI does them, they'll hold it for us. We can't see. There's no transparency. And Benny's like, well, yeah, as they should. And then she totally like, oh, let me lick your ass, Benny, right? But there's more. So I told you, Benny Keys is back. And I have the full combo of him. He said he'll be coming back to the community, people. So I have an open, Benny, I know you're going to watch this. Just stay tuned. Stay tuned. I have a little personal message directly to you. It might not be what you think as well, okay? But let's keep this going, people. Let's keep this going, okay? Here is. This is interesting. So we're going to 27 minutes now.
You know, I just truly hope that no matter what happens, that it could bring some answers for Summer in some way.
I'm not sure.
Some people think that
I'll talk about that in 1 second. I'm not sure.
Deserve any answers. I agree, but I also disagree because we've all put our blood, sweat, and tears into this for over 4 years.
Fake tears? What sweat and what blood? And you mean the blood, sweat, and tears of those that you mean you caused blood, sweat, tears, further arm damage you, and then what, licked them off of more victims y'all made around the summer? I think that's what she meant. Because I ain't seen any of you bleed, sweat, or truly cry. Seen you, yeah. Yeah. Sure. Y'all put so much into it. Y'all chose. And you chose to be what you are. And to do what you are around not just Summer's case, but many before those overlapping incidents. I've yet to see any of y'all help anyone. Solve the shit. Your track record's garbage. It's always the same. Law enforcement always telling you that you suck to get the fuck out of the cases. Hell, they've called Benny out by name. And most of you all, others over here, in many cases, even for Summers. Yeah, y'all are doing Lord's work, goddammit. That's why feds in LA in each case, even for Summers calling you out, sure. No, bro. No. I'm just, sure.
I think it would be a nice tool for us to have to kind of, okay, well, maybe I can go a little.
Meanwhile, nobody in or around the community here chose to be hunted the fuck down by tragedy pimps, investment teams, and well-organized criminal organizations operating together in active, high-profile cases in organized group manner profiting off in whatever modulation and in real life way that took. And yeah. Nobody goddamn volunteers. But y'all just needed to get all the answers. Fuck out of here with this shit. Y'all are gross.
A little harder on this area and maybe not on this or now. Like,
Blood, sweat, and tears into the case. Lady, you sent Don Wells your ass cheeks. You had 0 teeth before Summer Wells went missing. 0. Because of Summer Wells going missing. And
now, lockdown, that's a lie. She had nibbly meth bits left. She did. She's got new ones. Like meth mouth Andy Beck got. Now, he's losing his, we don't know. It's fun. And several others with her smile journey, people. What are you talking about? And, why are you not calling Benny out? Because his didn't care, and his teeth fully changed too throughout Summer's case. Or did nobody notice? Nobody noticed. Everybody forgets all his little dental appointments and all that. Everybody forget what his teeth originally. And don't get me started on Michelle Walks. Oh boy, don't even. And so many others. Didn't Scott H2 get a new set of gummer grills and teeth? And, I don't know. The amount of teeth bought is insane. So many. Right? And I do recall him giving Candace shit when she wanted to stop there. They tried to shut that shit down cold. Didn't they? That's weird. Did Fred get new ones? Can't remember. I know he had none left at one point. Has he now got teeth? I don't know. Carry on.
because of you exploiting this case, you have all new teeth. You faked a marriage. You faked the marriage off of Summer Wells going missing. You.
She said they were going to get married. They got all the things. That's going to be different than Andy and Becca had you all fund their shit just to get at me shit. And we have recorded him saying da to get at me. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, y'all paid for all that shit. You did that. And the camper they didn't need under false pretenses and owed landlord. All that. How many others got married? It may be Fred and Siggy, we don't know. And several others, I don't know who all got paid for by what. Definitely a couple around here locally and otherwise paid to ride dicks to get info. What else? Shit, there's been so many things. You know. Carr and several moves for Ziggy, who's perpetually under danger by B&E and others. Quite a few $500,000 houses bought at convenient times, those linked with Benny. More than a few brand new gaming computers and others bought for certain people like Hiltz and etc. who've gone through the goddamnedest amount of laptops and computers, and Adrian who got one, and whatever that I've ever seen. You know, just random weird shit throughout. You know, strange shit. I believe chasing in her summer car and all that. That was the thing. I don't know, man. It's almost like you creators have benefited off of not only Summer's name, but everybody y'all could find and put in the goddamn titles names. Everybody you could harm, harass, terrorize, go in real life on, do whatever the fuck you felt like and use their names to do it. Yeah. And you made fortunes and also made sure those people can't even hold regular jobs or sustain themselves. Man, it looks like the only people that's necessarily benefited is you all. And y'all proclaim it the best. It's the wildest shit. It will always be mind-blowing to me. And people buy it somehow. It's what?
You absolutely faked the marriage. Not off Summer, but off Quentin Simon, you faked a trip to Georgia. You faked the marriage. You got a grill. Everything that you have has came off missing children. What blood, sweat, and tears. As far as all you did is befriend Don, right?
Missing children, merch making fun of domestic violence victims, violence, and further abuse put online and everybody laughing about it. Heart attacks, healthcare, all this other shit. Yeah, y'all have a habit around here. Doesn't matter what kind of victim, as long as they bleed out and feel pain, especially if they can do it in front of live after, Yeah, it doesn't matter. Any type of victim, dead, alive, anybody y'all can use, pain, suffering. There's some real sick motherfuckers in here. Cancer patients, and I don't mean that in terms of just self. I watched y'all do it to other neighbors and their names, and doxing them and detriments to their family's life, health, worry, stress, bullhorns blown at, all these other things that they didn't need. I wish to be done to many, unless it's creators, of course, who then face the giant C word, in which case it's different for them, right? That's also not anything new. People been doing that before they crossed over fully from drama to true crime. They've done it for years. Target mothers, target children, target cancer patients, target anybody vulnerable, just like true monsters and abusers do. Alright, makes a good show. So, I mean, there are many in and around Summer's community who have been undergoing extreme health care problems, and you all targeted the shit out of them. And you made money on them. And their families. And taken all kinds away from them and changed their lives, finances, jobs, from them, without even the public realizing what damage you've caused to those who are silent and remain so, with your in real life fuckery and your online fuckery. Yeah. Carrying on.
You befriended Don, and let's keep it real. Half of YouTube did, right? Half of YouTube did, and most of you guys put a knife in his back. And it's not like you befriended him and then it's not like you exposed him for anything. Like, what did we learn about the case? All you did is befriend Don, right? You befriended Don, and let's keep it real. Half of
excuse me, did you leave Candace out of that? Why? What about this? What about that? It's almost as if, I don't know.
YouTube did, right? Half of YouTube did, and most of you guys put a knife in his back. And it's not like you befriended him and then it's not like you exposed him for anything. Like, what did we learn about the case with all your secret conversations with Don? Nothing. a bunch of it, but what happened with you is you had to step it up a notch because the market was inflated because everybody.
Would that also maybe be because y'all cleansed assholes or did whatever or targeted those around Summer's case or did the dirty work or I don't know. Fuck the people, fuck law enforcement, inundate them with, play hoax calls. I don't know, could that be it? Distracted the fuck out of while investment teams were going full tilt. Could that be why? Or y'all talked for, were spokesmen for, wrote scripts for, thing. I mean, I don't know. What role did y'all play in all this? If you hadn't, would things be different? Would the picture be clearer?
You weren't the only one talking to Don. You had to step it up. So you said, "Hey, Mark, come let me bust it open. I'm going to send these to Don." And your cuck husband agreed. How weird is that? How weird is it that your husband let you take those photos, which you've openly said on your live before? It's very strange, but there is no blood, sweat, and tears. It's only been grips with you, lady. It's only been grips. Stop the lies. And to answer your question, Cricket, I don't know. We're talking about the Benny Keys coming back in a second. He was so with Benny Keys, he was never ordered by Google or YouTube to stop, right? Technically, I don't think she's ban-evading right now. I don't know, right? Here's what.
Well, that's a goddamn outright lie. And why is he in such a hurry? Be like, no, Benny's let online. I don't think Google or YouTube have told me yet. Yes, they have. We all know. We know most of those channels are actually held by other names. We do know he's been taken down with strikes. We do know these things. Receipts on Republic. Yeah, we do know, buddy. You're in an awful quick hurry with your arch nemesis. Like, no. We don't know if she's been right. We don't know. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Knock that the hell off. Weird, you are ready. Oh my god, what are you actually up to a week ago? Dear Lord of mercy. It's almost as if this has been scripted and written and that people knew thing and oh my god, no. And you were already on a keep Benny safe arc with him as this took real good hold. Right, lockdown.
And I haven't looked into it. A judge ordered him to not be on social media whatsoever. Zero YouTube, zero Facebook.
And it is so bold-faced, right? These two dudes, these arch nemesis, right? Who knew this? You can find videos where Lockdown is fully aware that Benny's not supposed to be on that even before he went down because of the judge's orders or whatever, though. Like I said earlier, what's missing here? No receipts on anything or Benny courts. None of that. I don't think anything will be over in 2 or 3 months after hitting boxes or like, and taking it that far as proclaimed. Even years long probation, I just don't see it being done. Unless, of course, everything was semi-fake from the beginning with that situation. Or not as it was made to be here online. And it was just basically a quiet vacation until time to come back up. I don't know, buddy. You tell me. But you're trying to tell me arch nemesis boy and arch nemesis boy, he's unaware of Benny's status and all this shit, though there's lives proving as they fought to the death here that he's fully aware of Benny's platform, you know, all that shit. But a week ago, lockdown's like, no. I don't know, I don't really know it well. Bullshit, dude.
Because in what he got arrested for, he attacked his ex-wife using Facebook. So the judge said no internet. Okay, now, if I had to guess, that I do not know this for a
Question is, was that all him? Or is it like one of those half and half deals? Anyway, carry on.
if I had to guess, it's been a little bit of time since he's been gone. He may have completed that probation, maybe, because he's been off the internet. He's been away for a long time. I don't think he's that stupid to crash out and go back on, knowing people dislike him and knowing that people will call up. So I don't think he's that stupid, but I think that he has completed it. That's just my guess. I don't know. I do not know. But let's.
Maybe people kept waiting for yeah, maybe they were unaware in the background and things that actually started completed before, and then there'd be, I don't know, it could be a lot of things. You know, and it's certain massive amounts of money we're moving back and forth in the background. It's quite could be, you know, used for paving and weirdness. I don't know. Could be a lot of things. Weird how hard he's going for Benny. Though he calls him out in the fire, it just doesn't have the right flavor to it, does it, folks? Can't quite make it up.
Continue this absolute grift.
Watch what Gen X do to stop heartburn.
Heartburn is actually caused not by stomach acid.
And as you guys know, that will also be completely transparent.
What I want everybody in chat to do is pay attention to the screen. Please pay attention to the screen.
I have deleted my PayPal, my everything. The only thing that I have is anything that I get from here, which is going to be whatever I get for September 21st. I will show you right now what I have coming to me. I'm telling you, I have shown my payment account many times. Anytime you guys catch me trying to fundraise, I'm going to be completely transparent. So I have that I will receive on September 21st.
What? That's weird wording. Anytime y'all catch me trying to fundraise.
Between September 21st to 25th, you guys, anyone who's a creator knows how this works. I will receive.
What's up, Grind and Shine? What's up, Candace? What's up, everybody? If I haven't got to you yet, I will. So really fast, quick note on this. Notice Mark. This guy gives you these creep vibes. The awkward, look at this awkward vibe that he is. He's giving you the awkward looking into the camera. So I
honestly gives me more about his soul's been sucked out and he regrets everything vibes at this point. His only way to deal is to check the fuck out and just go along with it.
up to because I'm going to break down her grift right now, right? So it's Benny Keys and her talking. He's just awkwardly staring into the camera. He gives you those vibes of, remember before Justice for Nobody was a solo creator? He used to go over and hang on Molly Golightly's live all the time. And she would be talking all this shit, and he would be doing exactly what Mark is doing, nothing. He was there to be the yes man. Every now and then, Molly would go on a rant, and then Justin would go, Mark. It's about all his input was. But now Mark, and I specifically want you to pay attention to this because it's very telling. We know that Mark is a cuck. And at this moment, if you just watch it, this is how he watches when he does his cuckness, right? Now, to the scam. This is called a scam by default. What Voices Behind My Balls is explaining is her YouTube studios. She is stating what she's making in her studios. That is an estimated revenue. Your YouTube studios tells you what it thinks you're going to make. That is not at all accurate. And she says how much money she's made this month, which tells me how dumb she is, which is $200 and some odd. Now, let me show you how really dumb this lady is. Now, keep in mind, this is her idea. She wants to take money from people to get these polygraph tests for these people in the case, right? Watch how dumb this lady is. Now, you would not want these people looking for your missing child. They just don't have it together. Let's break this down, shall we? Let's break it down.
I wouldn't reach out to any of them, even if it was a fucking pet rat missing, honestly. Or, you know, an ant run over on a roadway or something crazy. Like, I just solve that, you know, I just, nope, nope. These would not be the people you'd seek out for help of any variety, for anything, anyone. No, hell no.
$184.36, but I think my account is like negative $10, so I'll get like $270. So,
just for the record, you cannot go negative with Google. That is one of the dumbest things I have ever heard in my life. You're talking about the richest company in the...
I'm with him. I don't know what the fuck shares done to go into the negative. I didn't think that was possible. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about, but according to her, she's in the negative. How the fuck that is what she did, I don't know. Don't know, y'all. Alright. That's weird, which means your own bank account linked to is 10, so then it would automatically take that. I don't know. If any of y'all know and have experienced that, please explain, but it's not even really the point.
Right? That pays every YouTuber on the 21st of each month. You can't go negative. It's not a debit card. There's no overdraft. They deposit. They deposit only. They don't take. There's no need for negative and charges or anything. It's not a bank account. It's a 1099. They deposit every 21st because when they deposit, everything's been deducted. They take taxes out. If somebody donates $10 right now, I wouldn't get...
I mean, they automatically do all things. The percentage off of 30, off of whatever the hell it is that YouTube takes from Super Chats, all that, I can't even remember these days. All that stuff, right? It's already out. And it goes in, if you got linked, and it goes straight to your bank account. Yeah, your bank account can take whatever if it's in the negative, but Google only deposits. AdSense only deposits. To wherever you have it, you know, so... Yeah, I don't know. Either way,
$10. I would be thankful if somebody donated $10, but in all reality, I would get YouTube is always changing their terms and service and agreements. But for a long time, it was a little more than half. Certain things they only take 35%. But right now, $10, I get about $6.65 of that, maybe around $7.
I've never heard that they take half. I really think it was like 25 to 35%. I don't know. Have they upped it? Whatever.
$12. YouTube gets the rest, which makes her idea so stupid. Because in a moment, I'll show it after this. She keeps posting on her community wall. As a matter of fact, just for the point, let's do that right now. She keeps posting on her community walls about all the donations she's getting, right? Now, keep in mind, she's raising money for polygraph tests, right? But if you don't have enough common sense to understand, right, that what somebody gives you, you can not, that's not what it is. Watch how dumb this is. So here she is posting on her wall because Liz super chatted $49.99 for polygraph fund. Thanks. Well, we can't really count $50 to the total. We'd have to be silly to think that. Now, why? Because it's not $50. So by default, right? Her own sub.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that I was saying some things that, and obviously, it looks like she's taken through more methods than what she said, and she still has cash apps up and on the posts and in descriptions and whatever else they'll promise not to do so through the, right?
I get fed up with her when the amount is not fulfilled. Because Liz is like, wait, I gave 50. Wait a minute, something's fishy. Because people can add up all the stuff. But it's never going to be. That's not $50. It's not. So this is by default. She's creating havoc between her own subscribers. But a grifter will always grift. She says, I've already played it. I deleted all my I deleted my PayPal, my Venmo, my Cash App. I've deleted all this, right? She already said. Okay, not a problem. But wait a minute. Wait. But wait. You just told us that you deleted your Venmo, your Cash App. So why did Aaron M. just Cash App you $25 and you posted it? You can't even make this shit up, people. You can't make this shit up. So it is a grift. So she's saying only send a super chat, only send super chats. I delete. You're getting caught in your own lies already. This is just. You have to love it, people. Yeah.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most
Thank goodness.
was the moment they walked away from it.
You have to actually love it. Let's go back to the grift. Going back to the grift.
I'm still curious as to what polygraphers they found for flat fees of $500 or less, because you might find one that might take that shitty amount of change, to do a test. Might. But you'll find out that each question also costs money. The amount of questions and time put in it adds to that total. Almost in the same way that, say, like a private investigator and hours charged, and that works separately. You can obtain them for a flat fee, but then there are extras on top of that. So I don't know. Whatever.
Oh, wait. Let it catch up. Oh, my internet is being today. I don't know why. What?
And remember, she then promised that if all this money she's raising in her name and the idea that they were going to be for her and blah, 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 and all this bullshit, if it wasn't enough by the end, it would be donated to a single mother or whatever, right? That's probably just one of their helpful scammer panelists like Ziggy, Electric Bills, mutual scammers, organ donation shit, da da da, baskets, rifles, etc. around these streets for years. And then they all split it in the background, and who knows who much they actually into in the end. And y'all are none the wiser. And then, if it's not, then I think she promised Christine, though Christine passed away a few days after the live. So, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it is storming over here, but it's okay though. We'll get it all covered, guys. Let me just rewind it 2 seconds. Watch this. Keep up, guys. Keep up.
First 25th, you guys, anyone who's the creator knows how this works. I will receive $284.30.
And it's even wilder though when you realize those connected to White Boy Lockdown, Cher, and Ziggy, and in a portion of them, including Juniper, others have played in several attempted setups of my children and I, etc. around Cash App shit this year over and over and over again, and recently, not just to us, but to hurricane victims as well, and involving all that stuff, and that they do link back up and straight with, I mean, like, in Sage, like, how long has that bitch been doing fuck shit? But you have been very much tempting cycle after cycle, and linkages in their creators are indeed Ziggy, Cher, and Lockdown. So why do you think those bitches are continuing to do it over and over again? And usually Heather, say a few others in tow. But Juniper, others linked with Lockdown, and Ziggy, and others playing in it too. Well, why is that? And you can't tell me Lockdown's unaware. So him even talking about shit like this where it concerns share keys and mutual scammer cons or setups or it is absurd. And that he's playing people like that with this crew that's all connected in order to target or attempt to set people up in that way. Well, I'll tell you what. Same shit, different day running for years. But, that reeks. That fucking reeks, Lockdown. About, like, harmony and justice and, well, I guess Twister Day. So many others, though, right? Oh, and Juniper, let's not forget when she was over here doing her fuck shit. And then doing fuck shit several times with certain setup shit. Connected with the other crew you're now talking shit about. You kidding me? It's wild. It's been a wild ride, Lockdown. Wild. Carry on.
Makes sense, but I think my account is like negative $10. So
That's
I get
impossible.
like two
Oh, and now Lockdown was connected with those like Christy and dating at convenient times where it concerned criminality too. And Cher. Let's not forget that. as he was willing to have our Canadian ass cheeks up there to do that. Huh, strange. Carrying on.
So, I'll go ahead and post that. You see that?
Yeah, I'm scared of that woman on the screen.
Is that clear? $284.36 is what YouTube will pay me on September 21st. So I have half of Fred's payment right now. So I need about that much more to make sure I get this done for Fred. And then when I set up Andy, we'll talk then. But I have, so.
Y'all remember going over that life? And how many times she said set up, set up, set up in the weirdest ways and places, and then it seemed sad that I guess our intro video that day featured Dawn thinking he was gonna go down for something where polygraphs were in. And how that brought the mood down in the room. It's just, remember a little arm flapping? Oh yeah. Oh no.
Technically add another $50 on top of that, okay? So that's where I'm at right now. And so my YouTube money, and then as well, I have my Cash App streaming on there on the banner because that is the only link that I will be collecting funds for to help pay for what I'm doing. So, and that's that. And I'm going to keep the donors private until after both tests are done. And
You've been literally posting all their shit all over. So she doesn't realize that this is just her being a dumbass, right?
Problem is that is apparently and probably or most likely enough fucking coming in and what y'all thought, whatever. But it gives others coming along the idea that many are donating, or some are trust them enough, and it's a way to lure others in to give them. And, it's showing, oh look, this and whatever. But then on top of that, it's when you know who some of those people are, and throughout the years, they're helping do that for just that purpose. You know? I'll just leave that one there. They have their reasons.
You can't say, guys, I need 500, for this test, and then just send me super chats, and then expect you guys would start getting frustrated because you guys can go back to the live chat and count up the donations, and you would think dollar for dollar, right, that I've met the 500, but in all reality, that's not what you're going to have or get right now. What's interesting about this is we caught her in the Cash App lie. She's too dumb to realize this, right? This is not who you want finding missing children. But also, it's the reason for the Cash App, the donation request is because all creators get paid on the 21st. She's also too stupid to realize it's not the 21st through the 25th. That's not how it works. It's the 21st every single month, like clockwork.
I know, they say there could be a varying set of days there. And it can come within a couple days span, but yeah, generally 21st. But whatever, right? Doesn't matter.
Unless it falls on a weekend, then it'll be directly the next Monday. That's how it works, right? But I bring that up because I wonder what's going to happen on the 21st. I wonder if we're going to even hear anything about it, or what excuse will we hear? Will we hear? We've already heard.
Yeah, Tina, I mean, there are things that can change those dates. Your bank can also hold it. It depends on when you have a connected it. So he's not being accurate there. Country, you know, all kinds of things can change it. You're right. And, so, I mean, but lockdown's an idiot. And that's his hard point to make it seem like a scam. It's just mind-numbing, honestly. Or the 30% off, you know, would be part of the scam. You know, these concentrating on those little things, you know, just, boys just, you know, he's got them locked down, dude. But he's also an idiotic acting airhead motherfucking Nazi. Out here doing the worst of shit, being a tragedy pimp while pretending he's not. Doing hit jobs, you know, all this shit. He's a tragedy pimp, dude. And one of the most transparent I've ever seen. One of the worst spokesmen the Wells could have ever gotten. I mean, like, you know, he's used thoroughly, though, ain't he? He's just not actually very good at it. He's quite transparent in it if you watch him, and I don't know. His jobber in there's eyeballs, ears, double things that you ever noticed throughout the years, most of what he actually does is a double hit smack. Like, it's to look like it defends certain, but it actually targets them too, and then he's basically like one of the mutual tragedy pimps is actually meant to advertise for the others or clans, you know what I mean? Like, he's one of the weakest links here. Very transparent. Not all that good at it either. You know? Man, he don't give a shit. He's lazy too. He don't even try to keep it. He don't care to. He doesn't retain information well. He's confused lost. He clearly gives zero fucks by anything. He cams up every now and then. Does whatever it is he's been told to do like a good boy. Gets paid for it, gets back off. Then that's about it. Yeah. And Noel, for the most part, wouldn't run the show, about like all he had to do with Cam. You know, being locked down truly is a moron anyway. He's just there to look pretty and be the mouthpiece for him. That's basically it. It'd be better served if Noel was actually one for that camera over there. Yeah. She's the one that does all the stuff in the background. Anyway, all the research compiling, putting together for getting everything lined up in his email so you can click and point and talk about dicks and pussies and gross shit and use MAGA language and propaganda and the same techniques and the selling Jesus and whatever else and caring for the babies and, you know, and then being transphobic and being hate-based and all this like that. And that's about it. And that about sums it up, you know. He's an asshole. He really is a moron, you know. Tina is a tragic fucking moron. I mean, he's not even smart in a criminal sense or an ex-con sense. He's not even good at that. That boy was definitely everybody's bitch on the bars. And he was definitely picking up officers. Okay. I think that's what leads to his issues with talking about people's bits. Yeah. He was definitely washing other people's undies in order to survive and being made to take bolts. And now he feels some type of way about it, and it leaks and about everything he says and does. But he come online to grift on his own man being an ex-convict. Like he was hard running the fucking cell block or the yard or something. Nah, I'm gonna doubt that very seriously. Yeah, I doubt that. And just his appearance and all the things and weaknesses and all that sort of point to what he is. He was one of them drama bitch dudes in jail and prison too, right? You can bet on that. That's how he survived it and being a bitch. Yeah. He wasn't running shit in there, wasn't addicted or anything else on the real streets. And it's found new online streets, can't even run those correctly, and is quite transparent. He runs no blocks. Anyway, we're gonna carry on.
I'm raising money to get married. But what had happened was, hey guys, I'm going down to Georgia, quitting sign. But what had happened was, so let's see what happens on the 21st. But
he raised money every live he was on. Before even Summer's birthday 1 year. All the way to June and to the day of, making people believe he was on his way up here. Every live. And then didn't come, so I don't know why he's talking about sharing a trip to Georgia either.
this is just a complete grift on every level. But at 38 minutes on this shitty live, Benny Keys starts talking. Let's have a listen at the old Benjamin, shall we? Let's have a listen at old Benjamin.
Kind of component around all of that. So, but yeah, that's really my opinion on it all. And I don't have too much more. I think the only other thing that I heard earlier today, somebody texted me and told me that Candace may or may not have left the Hill and went down to Georgia in search of work. And, you know, if that's the case, you know, best wishes to her and good luck.
The devil went down to Georgia.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah,
so
I've heard that too.
You know, yeah, all things aside, I think we've all known that the two of them were more like oil in water than anything else. So maybe that split.
Wow, I wonder why people were texting him that quickly. You just come out on the street, like at that point. Why was he still being aware or inserting around Summer? You know, why is that? Who do you think texted him with or told him about or did any of that? And wouldn't that mean that he wasn't hands off and he was still inserted in this whole time he's been quiet around Candace and on, just like someone's been saying? And now back online. Having never actually left Summer's case or been checked out fully from, or not inserted in. I'm gonna bet so. Wouldn't you? Right.
Be a blessing for both of them.
I don't know why it's so choppy. That's not on my end. I'm playing it. But he's talking about somebody texted him and said that Candace and Don massive breakup. And now he's giving his Benny Keys relationship advice. Now, at this moment, I would like to stop this chat for 1 second because Cher brings Benny Keys on as he is a good person. A good person. And Benny Keys is giving actual relationship advice, right? Speaking on Don and Candace, I would like to remind you all. Let's have a look-see at Benny Keys and his domestic violence arrest, where he choked.
What are you talking about there? You got shocked by a taser boy? I don't even want to hear this dude's mouth. And, judging by the black eye thing and all that, and then what's done in this life concerning Candace and Don's situation or not situation, or made up fairy tale bullshit, I don't know, ain't none of my damn business. I do not like domestic violence. I do know that in reality, there is domestic violence between them, and, within their family unit. I do not like that. I do not, even to this day, want to see Candace hit, hurt, broken, killed, murdered at Don's hands. I think it is absolutely imperative that she remain intact, whole, unafraid, and not dead or murdered at any point until answers, and never under domestic violence circumstances anyway, but everybody should want Don and Candace fine and healthy and whatever as can be. Answers for Summer matter, and they both need to be here. And domestic violence matters across the board. And no matter how I feel about either, or what they've done, or how they play with you all, I do not want them having hands on each other, or Candace having the shit beat out of her, or potentially killed at any point in time. I do not want that. You all should not want that. You all should not be okay with it, even if you're like, well, I think she did something to her baby. If you think that especially, you should want her safe. Right? You shouldn't laugh at it and view it as entertainment or like, she deserves a rare because you don't know. Right? And nobody deserves it. We have true justice. There ain't no need for, that to come out in forms that have nothing to do with justice. They just have to do with Dawn beating the shit out of her or otherwise. And, or, mutually occurring situations because of inebriation or drugs involved, or abuse responses. So, it's just nobody should want that for anyone. But a lot of you try to hide that shit or cleanse it or make it like it's justified or say Candace lays her hands onto her this and her that her whatever. Water it down to just addiction or addicts being around that, troubles or trouble relationship, or to turn blind eyes to it, and that ain't normal and you shouldn't be doing it. And especially with as great of a role as domestic violence and abuse played on Ben Hill to many, especially in Summer's family and all of us, and Brad and Laura, right? there are a few, so, and within the community and around the country as a whole. and what many of you all have survived yourselves. No matter how you compare, justify, deal with whatever your own situations or um, past, present, etc. And, you know, all that. Domestic violence matters a great deal to a whole lot of things and a lot of people. And it's nothing to normalize or think someone deserves, or just say, well, if they're there, they deserve, or compare, or be like, what'd they do, or, well, that's a relationship problem. No, it's not. It's a societal problem. And it can lead to a great abundance of worse things. Murders, disappearances, mass events. It could be the precursor and the clue needed that those people are more likely to commit other types of crimes, and it go unnoticed for longer periods because we as society turn blind eyes to it, and we're all shocked. Where'd that come from? I would have never guessed. You only beat on life and children or whatever. We can't be doing that as a society. Can't be. Yeah. But to cleanse Don's asshole, or anybody else's, or to pretend, what happened to see and say around here? See something, say something. But if y'all see Candace getting beat or no shoes in the background, y'all ain't calling the police on Dawn every 2 seconds. Then again, that could get her killed too, but no, happened to that shit. Are y'all like mandated reporters and shit around here? Every time she comes online, maybe, and gives y'all the hint that maybe she's been beaten senseless, or y'all should maybe check in or have a look. Yeah, I don't know what the solution or answer is, and I believe one of those moments took place in her live the other day. Can't say it's real, can't say it ain't her playing games, I don't know. She did hint wink at not being able to show her faces, and I don't know if that's a leak, because I think many of us know she has many faces, but I think she was implying in a probably not entirely sober, but not in an entirely shit-faced way, and that her face couldn't be viewable because, right, it was, or had been beaten or had bruises or something like that. About like she did with the black eye in other moments, but then would say, no. So it just depends. Maybe these are small cries from Candace for somebody to save her from that shit. But nobody's going to her. Yeah. And they're all gonna, and who knows what's real when things are, And those two play games. They do play games. Remember when law does shut this firm down? It's not what it is. I don't know. But that does matter in the portion of what's being done here. And what lockdown's been up to more recently. Strange days, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more ice. Alright, so I'm back. And I just want to take a moment here. We're going to share a chuckle. I run another test like yesterday night, I think, on certain other things. Not sure if someone got on that, but anyway, a second ago I was like, well, I'm getting mine. I looked. I was just curious. Now depending on which screen you look at right now, it has variations of time I've been on there. One's at 3, one's at 5. I should be closer to 5. Now, if numbers hold, that should mean at least, and what holds for the group, and has been holding true for me, for the most part, is about 1,000 an hour, right? Which put it at 5K. That is not, what's happening. Y'all, I'm gonna cry. I've had 800 people, 800 little views, in 5 hours. Alright, now I'll tell you, even if I'm on here, but basically it doesn't really. Alright. No. And that, during the middle of the night, to have the others occurring when actually my, quote, peak audience and all that are always during certain times of the day, and I'm not generally on during those, but the views are actually and always higher from one during the daytime. Middle of the night, not so much. Luckily me, I do not give a fuck about them. It is a good way to test certain things though, like today. And it depends on what I'm speaking about lately. It seems like our somehow, I don't know, being a little suppressed, you know? And it's a Sunday during peak hours, during peak time for me. It should not be just, whatever. Anyway, it's strange. And then lately, like I said, depending on what I'm talking about, even in the middle of the night, most of mine hold true with the others, so there's something a little off today. The other night, I ran, tests as I'm apt to do here and there and often to get, final, beads on certain other things. I made several titles for essentially one thing, and, 2 were not, third, didn't include a certain thing, and started lifting off, right? Wasn't stopping, wasn't slowing pace. Once, that became such, I then included the thing that the other 2 had. And as soon as I did that, not so much as one that's a little weird, don't you think? Oh, I know. And that I linked all 3 together, and it, oh dear, it's almost like somebody's somehow got little magical building abilities and takeaway abilities right there, or suppression abilities, and many methods of that, right? Like always, throughout all the years. And this is something you will see, and if you go back throughout all the years, even just summers, you'll find a great deal of the creators who seem to be undergoing attacks on us, or the 10K or 7K, so all of that shit, right? whenever these things are occurring. Or when it seems like certain people try to skirt away from this group or get away from it or doing it that is going against whatever grain of bullshit they're going with, they will, start dragging it, and those creators take notice of that in a way, because they do care about those things. And them, it hurts, it bothers them, it does whatever, because that is indeed what they're here for, and they enjoy those little chemical releases, and hell, a whole host of them probably believe those are the real views and the amounts, right, that they get, and they see it, and no. So, they then think that the targeting is actually right, and they go right back to doing whatever the fuck it is, or giving in, and they really do want these channels to grow, and blah, 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 and all the other bullshit they want from that. And then once they get back in line, or they're doing whatever, then suddenly they grow again, and their audience grows again, and thing is, man, like I've always told you on most of these views, it looks like they're fake as fuck. I mean, there's a true crowd right here, but then there's the added crowd, do you know what I mean? And, they can take us away and add to. And they can downvote, suppress, pull down algorithms. There's methods of that. And I mean, if you're aware of it, you're aware of it at this point. Everybody should be. It's fucking goofy. And it's pretty obvious if you pay attention. Whatever. I just want to take a note here. Everybody can have a chuckle. And I still remain one of those bitches that give a fuck less for 0 or 9 million.
Yeah, we have it. I absolutely have it. This is like too easy as far as receipts goes for old white boy. This is light work. I've been done all these lives on these grifters before, but if you haven't seen it, for your viewing pleasure.
That means Noel has. He means all those little pick-me mods and everybody else, and the Clippers and all that, who send him all the things like that. They've been down the receipt at me before. So look like this boy's got an attention span to make his way around the tubes, getting the receipts, or even the memory capacity to know what he would need to go with what, and this or hell no. And every time we see him show receipts, it's because Noel sent him to his damn account and has them lined up and ready to go for him to click and piddle with. Give us all a break, lockdown.
Hi, my name's Peter Neal. I started Take America Back Again because
please
don't. Okay. Weird.
My algorithms have got the wrong bitch today. They're trying to sell me religion and something about taking America back. I just can't with it. And then earlier on lockdowns, as I was coming there, his channel specifically was advertising an AI panda companion, bear run by AI that would act as a companion, a comforter, make you feel like it was the grossest, weirdest, strangest, scariest language I've ever heard. And that it was in a panda bear form. I had to hear him as I was doing other things, talking shit about hills. and then come up with that fucking hot mess for another device to advertise as he was being played. Had to. As he was talking shit about Hells. Had to. It was wild.
That's not showing.
No way.
Give me 1 second. It's very important that we show this. Here we go. Alrighty then. On January 19th at 9:48, Richardson police officer C. Bonificio, badge number 999, was dispatched to 611 Royal Crest, Dallas County, Texas, in reference to a complaint of offense of assault. Officer Bonificio contacted the victim, Crystal, who was advised she was assaulted by her boyfriend, Benjamin.
Oh, so suddenly he gives a fuck about domestic violence. As long as it's a way to hit a case. But right after he's building up, forgiving it, all this shit preemptively, he's getting far ahead of himself. He can't keep it in line in order to make it make sense. If you stop, go through his life and pay any attention at all to the order in which he's doing this shit, it gives it away. Alright? It gives it all the fuck away. But suddenly we believe he gives a fuck about domestic violence. But it's suppressed, lied to the public, etc. about Candace Nuts. And hides it from whatever, and doesn't see and say, obviously, and is privy to those moments, as he clearly states here and otherwise throughout all the time. And, but then like I said, what he's been doing very recently, and basically telling Candace to shut her mouth, get the fuck offline, not say anything to anyone about whatever. That's wild. If he's actually truly concerned about domestic violence. Or Keys being also domestic violence and a perpetrator. And it had to be in and around children too, didn't it? Yeah, so that's healthy. And he's capable of that. Those dudes don't change, man. They don't. And he also, in the world, had problems with public to the degree to where he was getting his ass tased. I just don't know what to tell you. Right? I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, suddenly, you can't make the order of events and what he's saying match up with what he's doing. And he's all over the goddamn place. And it shows contact in the back, scripting, storyline shit, preparing for shit, taking y'all all for a circle jerk sheep drive shit that all of them are clearly doing right now. Together. As always.
Lindsay, white male, 31579, whom she had dated for 7 months, and whom she lives with. She reported that she told him she wanted to end the dating relationship and he needed to move out of their house. He became upset and argued with her. He approached her and headbutted her on her forehead, causing her glasses to cut the left side of her face near the left eye. She advised after the headbutt, she immediately felt the pain and fell to the ground. Officer Beneficio observed the injuries of Crystal's forehead, left cheek, that were consistent with the statements. Benjamin Lindsay is accused of committing the offense and was taken to jail. Now, but he's on Shares Live giving relationship advice.
But wait, also, wasn't it stalking and then maybe all this shit, whether those accounts were actually him or not, is I don't know, anybody's guess. But he was indeed taking pictures and posting those, at least, So, exhibiting stalking behavior, which Keys called out in others, etc., and had people doing to others online and around Summers' case. And there's evidence that him, Ziggy, the crew working together on the stages, etc., the Yennifers, the Naners, the group, the hoax calls, the tags, the this, that, the other, And all the bullshit playing right back to Candace and Dawn and the team, and it done for them, and all moments like slips of Candace's and all this other bullshit. Her and her 430 horse shit, and her and them and their bullshit purse wallet shit, and bodies wherever shit, and seen by whatever bullshit, and just all the things. And the running of things illegally, which all, just so much shit. And exhibiting that type of behavior in his own personal life shows how dangerous it is, and then he's doing it in and around true crime. To the detriment, torment, and harassment of others, shows, well, he is what he is, and that he and Doug did that in other cases prior to Summers as well. And all these others like Jenny's and everybody else he's connected to. I mean, you got a married band of goddamn criminals that are criminal. And you think, like, man, just, whatever, right? Sure. These people are harmless. They're just trying to help all the victims and survivors around the world. They're just voices for the voiceless, y'all. And they're all just like Matt. They're out here for the greater good, and they care about DV and murder and suicide and harm and the defenseless and voiceless and, the wee little children. Yeah, right. Alright, sure.
Thinks that this is a good person to talk about the missing persons case, right? It's interesting because we'll get into that in a minute. Let's go back to this shitty live, though.
Yeah.
Chat is ecstatic to hear you.
Mm-hmm. I do appreciate everyone's wishes, and I do want to take a moment to say that, I'll be around a little bit, and I may do some live streaming here and there, but it's going to be solely true crime. I'm not here to, battle it out.
Oh, he'll be around here and there and this center, but yet this boy ain't stopped on panels. Every day he's doing 2 or 3 things on his own. Yeah, he come out with an old case to make it look legit at first. And then he just hit streets instantly. With nothing but summer anyway. Yeah, but here and there. Right, here and there. Right. Okay.
Axes and swords with, old internet enemies or any of that.
So it's very choppy, and I apologize. What he said is, I will be around here and there for a little bit, but I'm not here to swing battle axes with old internet enemies. I think this is Benny Key's way of saying it will be back to YouTube. I saw B earlier in the comments say that he's done his time. That was my guess. I do trust B as his word on this, because she does her research, especially with this guy. So it's fair to say that we'll probably see Benny Keys around the YouTube streets again. Now,
Oh, so nobody asked for receipts or anything. Like y'all demand around everybody else's lives and around anything. Because creators are entitled to privacy, don't dig. Here's the blanketing factor of, no, it's all taken care of, it's good to go. Like Cam's is good to go, like Allie's is good to go, this one's good to go, don't look too far. We trust this one, they've looked into it, it's fine. No, I want to know where the receipts are. Why are their records and criminal shit not open to everybody like everybody else's? Why do we not get to know who they are and what they are and what the real deal is around their fucking lives? Is they're targeting everybody else? I don't want to hear how someone else vetted or verified. I want to, like, where the fuck is it? And do I care? In the end, if whatever's completed, it's completed. No, not really. This dude's still what he is, and if you're buying this bullshit pretend arc or whatever the fuck again, you're an idiot. He's, here for a reason, and it ain't no good. And it's with this group, as you can clearly see. You gotta take my word for it. They're up to shit together again, what it is, what purpose, you know. I can only guess that, I guess. Y'all take your own guesses. Depends on what all the things and the moving parts are at any given time.
That was my guess, and it looks like I nailed it on the head. Thank you, B, for that. Because, like I said, he was never banned by Google. It was always by a judge's orders. If he completed the probation or whatever, then he's just completed it. Benny Keys, we have a lot of history, me and you, a lot. I heard what you said. And I'm willing to take your word at face value. If you mean what you say and you say what you mean and what you mean, and that's really what you're gonna do when you come back, then I'm gonna leave you alone. You don't have to worry about nothing from me. That is a promise.
Y'all boil this down to bare minimum. Okay, if you stay at the very first of this lockdown and he's part of the group with Cher and in contact with her and he's okay with that type of person and all this other shit. And you're not okay with tragedy pimping or doing fuck shit on Summer's name and you're here to defend and keep people from doing that. And he's cahooting with one of those doing it, just like you were cahooting with him when it was time to do certain fuck shit around other creators, then you shouldn't be okay with this. Right? You should be like, oh, look. I mean, like, seriously, at first, you're like, oh, he's already involved in a grift with Cher. What changed your mind in 30 minutes? But you already, in the interim, in those 30 minutes, making sure to cleanse the board in advance. It just doesn't add up. Yeah. In a cohesive manner. You're willing to let everything be, blah, 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 but your job is to what? Protect the wells at all costs. Do this, do that. Keep people from tragedy pimping on something like, yet you're like, oh, it's cool, it's the very first this in 23 seconds. Benny and Cher run another scam on a polygraph thing like they've been known to do. And, but that's cool, we'll let it go, and, we're not gonna and I'll leave you be, and, wait, ain't your job to stop that? Superhero pants. Call it out, stay on it, be hard, challenge somebody to a fight. You just pulled the man's DV out, but then said this right behind it. Do you even know what the fuck you're over there doing? You're back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and you've put everything before one another. Boy, they just can't keep this dude on track. Can they? Iguanas and high-powered monsters or whatever in Florida, and too many hot days and coconuts to the head. They make this run like a slow machine. You just can't keep his shit together. Whatever. Carrying on.
From man to man. I don't believe that you'll do that. I don't believe that you'll give me the opportunity to leave you alone. I think that you're going to come back with the fuck shit. You've done a lot of nasty things, a lot of shit.
It looks like you're helping him. No, it doesn't look like that's exactly what you're doing, Lockdown. Why are you doing it for whom? The dead-ass tells and the inability to keep up with it and keep track of it and whatever in a cohesive manner here, give that away. Odd.
Things, a lot of personal attacks to not only me but my wife. You know, but I would be a huge hypocrite if I was sitting up here and I said I don't believe that people can change.
Bro, he tried to put you and your wife away in prison for a very long time. And call me if I'm wrong on this. Was it not Benny that actually ended up having lockdown followed in this and certain shit done, and him sort of pulled over on his way and then arrested for certain things? And you can make, okay. Hey, guy. Okay.
So, if you truly mean that, then you don't have nothing to worry about for me, man. Because I do know that I was like a thorn in your ass when you were on these YouTube streets. I do know that I made a lot of videos, a lot of lives about you. And I do know that if you wanted to come back.
So I've been trying to quit nicotine for like about.
Oh, let's quit playing, bro. You were not a thorn in his ass in the least. Both of you are in connection working with the team at the same times that grew an audience. Ran the scam on everybody and the, driving a sheep entertainment. Y'all really were like, man, degrees one to destroy one another. Because you are just like that. It's sort of whatever around here. But Bennett terrifies the fuck out of you, Lockdown. Like he does many. Especially if the whole team's completely working together in a cohesive way at any given point, like him, Nick, and Rap. And TM and others. Which appears to be the case recently.
Years, and every time I've tried to do it, it has felt like I've been doing it by myself. Mainly because everybody around me was still vaping, and cold turkey also never worked for me. The second I had like an important
and do exactly what you just said, then you wouldn't want somebody like me doing those things. So that's all I have to say, and that's my message to Benny Keys. Hopefully this gets shared to him. Hopefully. This doesn't mean that I support Benny Keys. This doesn't mean that I'll be in his lives. No. Again, he's done a lot of damage to a lot of people. The trailer to this video, the trailer to this live was him talking with that skeleton lady, talking about stabbing Don Wells in the stomach, murdering Don Wells. I mean, the guy has killed dogs. He's attacked a lot of women. I'm not here to tell you about what Benny Keys has done. And
yeah, that was definitely done on purpose too. And to actually make others afraid. And if you look at the fencing, I think we've been through that in the way back. And wildly enough, that had to do with, things here, and so it was whatever, right? And then he bragged about it to the goddamn neighbors before he realized who they were, and he was all happy about it. Until he realized who they were. Then he got a face and an attitude with them. Yeah. And gleefully, tormented with the fact that their dog's guts were coming out and all the gruesome details that, were horrifying. And they moved away from those neighbors rather quickly after that for some reason. Probably hoping that nobody come back and look at that fence real close, honestly.
hasn't done. But what I'm saying is, if that's what he's gonna do when he comes back, I hope it's true. What do you think, B? You think he's gonna actually come back and say what he says, or do you think this is just a crock of shit? I don't know if I believe him. Won't change. Full stop. I'm with you guys. I think that you're absolutely right. I remember when he went full Christian and was singing. He was going to church. He's there's something not clicking right. He's very similar to an Ernie show. He's very similar to an Ernie show. And I don't believe it, but I will put that out there just in case.
Oh, and at least it's fully turned into the Ernie bullshit thing lately, but then also, then that's just whatever, but. Y'all seen Keys immediately come online, go help out and seemingly protect Ernie recently? Seems to be what's happening. Because wherever Keys is, there's going to be protection, I guess, as long as you see and say the group say. Or do whatever. It'll let people know that certain people or whatever is certain things are allowed to run. Meanwhile, you have is years of that whole bullshit. Benny Olive Branch's resurrection specials. Apologies to Ernie in between him having many target Ernie and do whatever to and set him up two ways. And then also Nick playing off fools and throughout all these years hunting Ernie to Sarah, but then misusing police, quote, trying to get him captured, but playing right along with them all as they're using Ernie, and Ernie's allowing himself to be used to run the circuit and sheep. And then Nick, right before police can get wherever, because she knows the calls are being made, when, where, why, and how for the group, And she warns him so they can get away with it. And they're doing the same now, so. It's just whatever. Y'all take whatever from all of it throughout all the years. Alright?
Here's what I honestly think is what's going to happen. Here's my honest prediction. I do think that he's going to come back. I do think that maybe he'll give it a go at what he says, realizing that he's not getting the traction that he used to. He's going to have to switch it up and be the person that he is trying.
Well, he shouldn't be this early on with so few actually giving a damn and not really the advertising back like it was at peak or anything. But suddenly, he's getting an astronomical amount of that. Also, wildly enough, don't correlate in the edges, don't. And none of the times around. It's weird shit that. Weird shit.
To or whatever, if that makes sense. Or he might just come back full scumbag, which is probability. Look, Doug, no thanks. Another idiot, right? Very, very like-minded, like Ernie Show. He's been kicked off each platform. He's over there on TikTok doing the same things. He loves his ego stroked.
And it doesn't make sense. Some of the more neutral or well-liked YouTubers here in the Summerwells community right now aren't getting certain views they normally should be. I would assume a few are not getting in line, and I've assumed that, and I've not been watching them, but I've been keeping note of their numbers versus, and they're having to spend hours online, and they're not even getting the numbers that even on my days of being professional, and others are not getting that. I'd assume they're on the punishment corner or not on board with certain things. Something I've been keeping an eye out for as word spread, and then it became obvious others were going to come back online this year. So that I could see who was in the ins and outs, and it's been pretty telling. Yeah. And so yeah, there's a whole lot of shit, even though it's been quiet, that's been occurring. And I think a few are not giving in to some of the bullshit. But they are having a hard time with their counts, views, and dealing with the hit that's taking them. So, yeah. I don't know.
Talk soon. Mom, they accepted my offer on the house.
Really?
Yeah. You know Candace from New American Funding?
Hi.
She was a
100%. They're planning something. I don't believe him. He hasn't done anything to show that he's different either. Him and Cher are already scheming. Absolutely. Good. That's actually a very good. That is such a good comment.
Already hell, when they ever stop?
Because it's so common sense for anybody that's watching this live that knows them. I wish people would take that into consideration when it comes to the Summerwells case. I'm not here to tell you or to promote anybody's innocence. I'm not here to tell you who to believe or what to believe. You can believe whatever you want on that. All I say is when it comes to some of these people involved, if you don't think that comment on the screen was going on, you're crazy. Of course it was. But let's finish this ridiculous live out.
Yeah.
I want to stay, in the solution and not the problem. So that's kind of where I'm at. And,
I
if
was
don't-
so disappointed what people did to you. And there's a reason why, but anyway, I'm glad that your voice is back. And I kind of went mute for a while you're gone too, because. Yeah.
Notice the cuck and the awkward look of Mark with zero input. You cannot tell me that he is not in his head imagining Benjamin Keys railroading, dog piling, drilling, chair, like one of those photos she sent Don, so he could watch in his little cuck chair. You could not convince me from that thought for $1 million. That guy is absolutely a cuck. He got so excited when he took those photos of her and sent them to Don.
Why does this dude never stop? Every other thing in his mouth is some sort of sex scene or somebody banging somebody. Or his imagination, it's gross. And if he can't control him, and that is so disrespectful, whether joking or not, to his own damn wife, and the women here online. I mean, who wants to fucking hear about this shit? How is it humorous or funny or anything? It's constant. It's really all his live streams are, featuring dumbass humor, him being a moron, challenging somebody to a fight, acting hard, swearing he's not a tragedy pimp, while clearly being one. But most of his lives are just filled with fart and pee-pee jokes. Talk about somebody's penis or vagina, hate-filled shit, whatever, right? And somebody's tits, boob, ass, dicks, and whatever imagination station he's in, somebody fucking so-and-so. That's it. And usually always featuring Cher's ass cheeks. Or Benny's dick, even when Benny's been quiet for years. I mean, it's just like, damn, I know we all have our rinse repeat factors, but Jesus. Now, I, as a partner of somebody, would not want to hear them daily carry on in that manner and talk about others' bits or not, I'd be like, dude, the fuck is going on over there in your head? Are you repressed or in a closet? Do you have needs? What the fuck is your problem? Why are you being such a ill? It's strange, You just know he's just sort of one of those disrespectful assholes. You'd be out in public and maybe staring at something else. You just know it. You just feel that in your soul. Alright. Yeah, I just feel that it's his thing. Anyway, whatever.
He's all boning up. He's all boning up right now.
That's all people want to do is just bash. And that's why I just started coming back in this last month, I'd say, last couple of weeks. And I just exactly same as you. That's not, summer's still gone. And that's been going on for over 4 years, just thrashing at each other. And she's still missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear my audio is kind of bad. My phone is almost dead, and I've got it on the.
So wait, if y'all Yeah, okay. Hey, y'all do you. You're in the same group operating as always. Somehow that'll be the magical cure. As you target others, scamming it, bull fuck shit. Target others with vague bullshit, like and outright shit, and yeah, it'll change stuff. Be the answer like me. Are they all taking on like a resurrection redemption thing at one time together? Is that what we're all to believe? Are we all gonna have to suffer study sessions from them all? Like again, is that what it is? And they're gonna pretend they're doing what of course it is. I don't know. Fuck it. Do I care? No.
So I'll let you guys get back to it, and thank you for having me. And we will definitely do it again very soon.
Absolutely. I'm
Hell yeah.
so happy that you're back.
I want to drop this link for you. I really would like I would like to know. I would like to have a quick conversation with you if you don't mind. Just about these idiots. I don't know if you're busy or ready or you don't have to put the camera on. Hopefully you can join. I just want to pick your brain. I would love to know what your thoughts about this. And I asked BS that because I'm not going to put her business out there about
Nana 1960. BK and Sheriff had playtime
and stuff. I guess I'll give you a little bit of her business, even though I shouldn't do this. No, she's posted about it, so it's public. This asshole over the dumbest stuff. Look, I've argued with BS in the past. We became friends, right? But never ever did I think it would be a good idea to start looking up her family members and calling the jobs of where some of her family members worked and telling the internet that's just weird shit. Why would I do that? It wasn't that serious. Did she annoy me? Yeah, because she's not going to let people push her around. Sure. She talks shit back. She's supposed to. She surprised me, and she's good. But it didn't affect my ego so bad that I had to go dox her people. That's weirdo shit, and that's what this guy does, man. If you don't know, a lot of you guys know. Come on, you've been around these streets a long time, but a lot of you don't know who Benny Keys is, and that's why this live is important. Don't.
But yeah, you're not constant. You've actually cleansed his ass earlier. See, don't pay close attention to anything. I don't want to hear from any of them. Alright, so moving on. That was 7 days ago now. And then, there's another live done by the creators, etc., of course. That's just a fucking trip in the in-between of this, right? But it's a longer piece and whatever. But this right here, now you gotta remember what a day after this, when, or the one we just did, Candace goes live, Daisy, all the rest, all this shit happens. Then lives are done by those we've been talking about this morning. Warnings to lockdown, nonsense, whatever. That do factor in account. But anyway, so this was 1 day ago. One. Now, as far as lives go, he was quiet for 6. videos go, he had one every couple days after that. Mostly concentrating on Barbecue Lady as Seth investigates. 1 day ago, he also got, or did a clip from one of the lives about an apology. Right to him from Keys. I think it was on Katie's channel. Some such fuckery, maybe. And some fuckery from Keys and Camp in between on otherwise. Was occurring. And a warning, technically, out to lockdown. The idea that lockdown was going to be done wrong by Candace Vaughn because everybody had been, all the creators have been done, blah 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 for years. Fuck out of here with that shit. It's been all part of the play, whatever, you know. I ain't buying the bullshit. And I'll tell you some of why that is here in just a second. Alright.
India is also home to Dr. Squatch. There are many ways to man, but only one way to smell like one. The Dr. Squatch.
Ag has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. And it all started in Southern California in 1978 with an Australian...
Give me a break. Look at him. He's in MAGA mode.
Yo, what's happening with it?
You gotta take them super serious when it's a man in a vehicle. Well, they mean business when they've gotten in the vehicles.
Let me hear this some white. Yo, what's happening with it? Let me hear this some white real fast, man, and we'll get into this shenanigans real fast. Title is true, thumbnail is true. Little vent session, man. Hopefully I can talk some sense into Candace, but if not, that's cool too.
This is something ain't right with Candace Wells, and it's concerning.
It just doesn't make no sense to me what I've been seeing and what I've been reading and what I've been hearing. And, you know, my name ain't white boy if I don't give it to, you know, if I don't give the truth, man, if I don't keep it real. And that's what we're gonna do on this quick live, which I'm just getting off work, man, and I didn't even really want to go live, but I'll explain it all here in just a second here. Damn. All right, we'll have to do it like that. So give you 1 second, man. Hit the like if you come on in or whatever, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, because that place is before he's concerned about Candace. Make sure you're hitting like and subscribe and sharing it out.
All the YouTube stuff. Like, comment.
If he's concerned about Candace, why don't him and Noel just call her? Why is it alive? That'll also factor in here.
Subscribe, share, blah, blah, and blah, and blah. The stuff that nobody wants to hear and the stuff that nobody does. But yeah, no, this is for real, man. You know, look. All the YouTube stuff. Like, comment, subscribe, share, blah, blah, and blah, and blah. The stuff that nobody wants to hear and the stuff that nobody does. But yeah, no, this is
Wow, he's feeling some type of way. People aren't hitting his like, share, subscribing. Nobody ever does it. Alright, don't be having a meltdown about it. Jesus.
real, man. You know, look.
Tell us what you're really concerned about. that has nothing to do with it. What is your concern? Before you get to the concern, what are you really in your feels about? Tell us.
First and foremost, man, y'all know, like, I think everybody on YouTube within this community knows that, you know, I support the Wells and their innocence and stuff like that. But the thing is, man, there's just a lot to go into it. And the reason that I'm doing this live, I don't make these videos about the Wells and stuff like that. But, you know, you got to keep it real, Candace. I don't know what you got going on, but whatever you got going on, don't do it with White Boy. I'm telling you that one time. But here's why I'm doing this live, y'all. So, like I opened this up with, I support them, you know, and I've always had their back, and everybody knows this, right? So a few nights ago, I'm just chilling, late night. It's about this time, and I get a message from a moderator of mine, someone who also supports them, let me know that Candace is in Andrew's chat. And I almost didn't believe it. Almost didn't believe it. And
what do you mean just a few nights ago? Bitch, she's been me. Kills this chat. Off and on. Lately, are you always this kind, or I just can't? Did you also get recent screenshots, messages, confirmation about suddenly, you know, others like Andy and such appearing again over there, and everybody riding around Canada, like, anything of that nature? Or did you get one a while back when Fred was giving Hiltz money? Anything like that? I think you were. Anyway, yeah, okay. But that, you were just made aware that Candace was over there when it ate the first. Like, seriously? Who are you feeding this shit to?
sure, I always tell people, you go where you want to go, you're an adult, this and that. And I stand on that, and that is true, right? But here's what you could expect from me, right? Because I keep it real, right? I don't care if I'm fighting with Noel, I'm on good terms with Noel, or what I got going on with Noel. If I had like a missing daughter, and there was a dude who's already said horrendous things about you, who's already called you pretty much a killer, a million different things, who's literally scammed the whole true crime community in your missing daughter's name. And I'm leaving a lot out, but I'll lastly say, and also someone who is sitting there while their white trash cousin, brother, whatever the fuck he was, is talking about summer sausages and laughing about it. Summer sausages is what the joke was. And they laughed about it directly after the scam.
At McAllister's, you're never just another order number.
This is Jordan, professional gymnast, self-proclaimed sneakerhead, student and hero ambassador.
Doesn't matter what I got going on with Noel. Just off morals and principle, you can count me never being caught dead in that person's chat. Never.
Well, I'm confused. Because you had plans to come here in person with MG on them. About the same as Ziggy, but they booted you out, and Ziggy needed to be separate and held back. And she wasn't part of that fuck shit like all of you are with each other. And, what do you mean you didn't make videos prior to alluding to their guilt and whatever Yes, you did. Just like Daisy, just like the rest, you tormented the show until it was time for you to be like, the team defender. And then y'all change your tune overnight sometimes. So I don't want to hear that shit. And he's as bad as Dolly estimating every missing and murdered individual's name and live stream chats often together. Every time he comes on with all his everything else is hit the like, sub, whatever, members, sales, whatever, right? Every link he can manage in there for any sort of anything, whether it be views for other, linked accounts, the other platforms, intake methods, Patreons, PayPal, Cash Apps, whatever. Throughout, these are the more egregious, actually. But to say he's not done it, or that he's oblivious of who these two are, that even in the very earliest, they were on damn panels of Prayer Garden, and Dawn's chuckled about Prayer Garden making fun of hot dogs potentially being last thing summer 8 at home, and or otherwise, and had good chuckles about it and laughed about it in his hair, and him playing oblivious to him what he's doing, and that they've been in touch with all creators and everybody that have done the most horrendous shit in and around Web, and hell, and that they, if they held to those standards, lockdown, they wouldn't even be in touch with you or any of the rest. But you've got a problem with it. And honestly, hasn't Hilt's been here since the beginning, trying to get a hold of H, and by any means necessary through tragedy pimps and their little teams of kidnappers to get hands on H and such, much like it seems somebody wants done around all the minors in and around Summer's life or his witnesses and that sort of thing. So, I don't know, buddy. And the amount of chaos Hilts and his little merry band of fuckwits and Saharan Desert Pool extremists, in Summer's case, have gotten up to. Who do you think that's benefited? Their lockdown. A lot of them spend a great deal of time around you too, weirdly enough, support the fuck out of you. Right? As well, mutual share between you and Hilt. I don't know, as a whole, I'd say Hilt's been here banging harder for C&D, despite calling them whatever on the book. Since the beginning, since he was trying to obtain H, in the same way maybe that others around the Wells have tried to target, obtain, acquire other minors, or destroy others using minors. Yeah, that's and the littlest witnesses around. I don't know, buddy. Sales has been doing fuckery for and with long before you, asshole. So is it weird that Cage discovered? No. And hell, she has met that dude in person, right? So there's that. And that was before Summer vanished, so there's that. Strange shit, eh? Anyway, I'm gonna grab some more ice. And, I'm sorry, I had to take a minute to try to rest. And I decided on coffee. Because I am actually quite tired right now. Yeah. I was with odd scheduling, and it was up all day yesterday, and then took a nap, and then got back up, and there was like a whole 7-hour thing with little one. Working on certain essays and things like that, so I've used my voice quite a bit. It's tired, I'm tired. And something about being fucking electrocuted to me really has not done me any favors. Or my voice. And, I'm not sure why. I could only imagine it has something to do with the nerves and severing and transplants. I don't know. It didn't like that much voltage on that side of my body. coursing through all of it, but that left to take a hit. No, electrical signals, nerves facing more electrical. Anyway, my voice is tired and strained, and I'm sort of tired, so I'm trying to hang in here for a bit longer. Trying. Anyway. We're gonna carry on here with this stupid shit.
Never. What in reality, what would happen is I would catch a case. Let's keep it real. I'd catch a case. In reality, I'd catch a case. I'd be in jail. I'd be in prison. I'd catch a case. Well, 1,000%. But especially if that was my situation. But that's what the situation was with Candace the other night. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck? So I reach out. Like, man, you straight? Yeah, I'm okay. Okay. Whatever. Didn't sit with me right. But like tonight, again, late night, coming home from work.
Hey, but like, you've seen all the terrible shit all the other creators have done. And Candace goes to their panels, or buddies them too. But really, essentially, Dawn's mostly yours, etc. Candace is mostly everybody else. Yeah. You're cool with that? And are you aware that she's fully around Dippy, obviously, and in person, all these things, right? I'm sure you are by some of your mods there who are also in person close to Candace and here on the ground locally. You're not unaware and oblivious, you moron, nor is Noel. We're all supposed to buy this bullshit falling out of your pie hole, though? You ain't ever targeting the other channels she's around, like Dippy and all that. And you know they ran around Hilts anyway. Yeah, the fuck are you going on about suddenly? Yesterday. And you're concerned for it. And let's not forget how all those work with share too. You know what? Just shut the fuck up, Lockdown. It's one of those days. Shut the fuck up.
Somebody, same situation, somebody who supports them, cares for them actually, messaged me she's in Ernie Shell's chat. Like, that can't even be real. All the shit that guy's...
Now she's in Ernie's. Now this is where I'll agree with Lockdown. Though, not in the way in which they, the group, whatever, like, are we supposed to buy your surprised by this? The Ernie that BK has been doing fuck shit with too all week. And the Ernie of the PG Ziggy variety. And the Lisa K variety. You mean the Ernie of everybody in the team variety that uses, rotates around, been using it for content, including what? No. Wait, what? Why does this matter? I'm confused. Okay, sure. No. I'm shocked. Fucking shocked. And the Ernie's over there, Benny's over there pumping and cleansing and lifting up and doing the whole Ernie's a great PI. Look at him finessing Candace all the right way, all that shit. Because I did catch that portion. Not live. I think that was this morning as I was making sure I had all the things in order before coming on here. And that I clicked buttons and made sure everything wasn't just downloaded, but yeah, so it is what it is. But anyway, I was like, yeah, no, not that Ernie that Benny's pumping harder than you're pumping BK. Not that one. And Candace suddenly shows up over there. No. Oh gosh darn. Weird. Weird. And Arnie's been built up how much by this group in the past couple of months, and attention put on by even Candace and Dawn's team. Continuously, even wildly enough to out of the blue with Lisa Kay playing that shit show. And I mean, don't get me wrong, they run him during low tide season. He's the middleman. You can't necessarily get rid of him. He's the way in which connectors ebb and flow, right? A whole lot of dirty things flow through and around his type of propaganda eating dumbasses over. Definitely do weird shit for many. Yeah, I don't know, man. And now suddenly he's being lifted up and protected. And Tim's cool that, everybody else cool that. They've been given rise and building of him. And now Candace is over there? Oh boy, I don't know. It helps if you have a whole cultified fried tater extremist culties to really come out swinging if need be at any given time, doesn't it? Oh dear.
All the confusion he's called with TBI, all the bullshit and smears he's said about you and your loved ones, all your family, the entire family. And she's not only in there, but she's telling lies. And I don't know what's going on with Candace. But there's lies. There's definitely lies. There's lies as far as well, the first lie she says that she's on the hill. That's a lie. You're not on the hill. That's a lie.
But hold up, didn't he just assure you as the viewing audience and his subs and members that are paying him to bullshit you, I guess, into oblivion? Didn't he just tell you 5 days prior, 6 max, that no, you're being lied to by all these Candace. Candace was there. Everybody was wrong. It's fine. Husband and wife's fine. All that. He assured you because him and Noel had contact with him, knew exactly what they were indeed on the hill, blah, blah, blah. So who's really lying, Lockdown? And for whom? Was it for Dawn? I don't know. The weirdest part is, though, if you listen to the portion of Candace's life, the first thing someone asks her about the raccoons. And she also says she's there. That also doesn't done it, right? Or she implies, which I don't know, but she's earned on your phone, whatever. But then at the very end, her last words either make you think she's slipping about all the faces she has, or that Dawn's beating her face so badly that it's not viewable. Maybe a combo of both. Oh. Looks like Benny, this arena though, are shitting on her. Whatever it is she's got going, wanting money for Georgia, right? Y'all shitting all over it after you've made fortunes, whether you like or not, on them. Hell, I've even seen Candace pay Lockdown, Daisy, throw money at them. out of whatever job or whatever's coming into them manila envelopes on the ground. It doesn't matter. Like always, since some are vanished. It seems to be anyway. But the point is that what are you talking about? You're like the Justin, and here in a minute he'll tell you he's giving Candace money, 20 here and there. That's the further shit on Candace. You know how much money Lockdown and Noel have made on somewhere in Candace? Candace herself has given him money. And just like she has other creators like Daisy. They've made fortunes on, whether you like it or not, on her daughter and them and their names, and trashed them for years before they could get them to flip over to the dark side, of course. Then they made even more, didn't they? And I'll always feel the same about this. At first I did not. I do now. None of y'all have a right to profit on anyone around any open case with any of the names of victims, the survivors, fighters, families, law enforcement, witnesses, etc. after you insert, acquire, and destroy. And then destroy their means of, whatever. You don't have a right to people's everything and to destroy their everythings and to cause harm and go real life in the extremist ways you do. Then act like you are entitled to make cash or money out of it, and they can't even go live their own names and throw up whatever the fuck they want to. Or channels or otherwise. And to fight back against you all. It's my goddamn name you all use. My children's. The torment. Destruction of. It's other community members used it. Not one of you's ever paid a goddamn dime to for doxing the shit out of them, their children, grandbabies, their lives, their criminal histories, otherwise that were erroneous, have nothing to do with Summer's case, but that have been done in such ways you've lost them jobs and income, cost them their reputations around this. They were actually doing good out of prisons and jails and reform, and now they've had to go back to criminal activity to survive and eat shit because of what the fuck you all done online. As little criminalistic bastards. You further changed the trajectory of it, and you've never given them one goddamn dime for the usage of doxing, of harm, and real life situations you've caused them. Things you've taken from them as a community. Other witnesses I know you've tampered with, harassed, bullied, and put in fear, and their names, this here, warning and vague shit here. Their name, all this shit. You've never given them a goddamn dime. But you felt entitled to use their names and do all that shit to them as content that you've made fortunes off of. And to think that I'm being exaggerative when I say that is, I'm not. The tally, even before it became the ungodly amount of money and you all in the investment teams acquire around each of these cases is insane. It's what makes it worth destroying people and allows you all to sleep well at night, I guess. For the most part. It's horrifying. And that the public can view it as some asshole criminal con artist horseshit motherfucker can just access any platform, pick it up, do whatever they like in real life, go to extremes, hunt down, acquire people, use their names to profit from, and you have the right to do that, but those people themselves do not. And then that if you all see them ever making money on their own names or calling you all out for it in that regard, whatever, then you will shut them fucking down And mostly so you can just attempt to set them up or control their lives in ways in which they're beholden to or stay on or whatever, or ways that you can use to make them look terrible in public. It's why you always go first for the, hey Seth, hey Chris, hey this, hey Dirty this, hey Candace, hey Don. What about GoFundMe's? What about this? What about a list? What about this? What about that? What can we do? Blah, 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 blah. And then you turn around and go, ooh, look, they made a thing, or they did a thing. But you all have your Nightbots, Chad, Silverlink, and then you all put up fake shit, you scam right in front of the world, you steal from everybody, you swear it's not when it's done. You'll end up looking like Doug, and then anybody who listens looks through receipts. Everything given to us in any way ever has mostly been done by setup crews or those long-term runners. Weird shit like slaves, party players for you all, for long-term vague hold over our heads, fuck with us, turn in on it, do all kinds of shit to target and do whatever, and it's pretty fucked up, it's done and it's such a thing, but either way, I find it pretty foul. If someone wants to gift Candace on it, fucking so be it, and that's still their names, dude, and Summer is still their daughter, obviously, and I just, as the rest of us, our names are ours, and you're hunting an acquisition of us at, seems like, those fuckers' request, the shit they were feeding out to y'all especially, or y'all just hunting and acquiring stupid shit like Andy's mom online, this or right? And locals helping you son of bitches that had already formed a group with you in other cases. You managed to do the same thing, but, yeah, obviously the world wouldn't know who some of us are without Summer vanishing. But we are entitled to our own names, and, this and that's just the way I feel about it. And, if people want to help or do this, it's so fucking be it. But every time you see one of us putting it out, y'all immediately are like, no! Yeah. Yeah, that's just how it is. And remember, Benny did scam the shit out of Candace. Right? Pretended he did, of course. But, oh my gosh, that was the wrong link. Somebody misspelled the letter. And then it put down, and Candace is right, and all that shit, right? Yeah. What an old trick. I don't care. I mean, it's just the point. And all y'all are gonna do is fight with other creators or pick me meat and who's in touch too. And so the public and it drives views, y'all are gonna work with each other behind the scenes to think you're playing Candace dumb while they play you all and nobody's playing anybody and you're actually just mutually using one another. And they know it and you all are aware of it. Happened since the beginning when Summer vanished and you knew they'd play real good with you. And boy, ain't they. So, that's just how it is. Has not kept y'all from fucking doing whatever you done around into money. So, and it's the same shit you've done to everybody. And they will help you, like the Marlenas and others will. They'll help you scam the community, like Andy's will, they will help you do that. Fred will do that. Hiltz will do that. So I don't know what to say about it. But the others play with you in ways some of us will not. And you still make fortunes decimating them and hand over like $10 or cleanse their buttholes. While you remain the holders of investment teams and clout, whatever else. Why you do all the double-edged shit and fuckery. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't think when you go about the business of hunting down humans and inserting yourselves inside of communities you're not part of, around people you know nothing about, destroying their lives, and targeting them in whatever capacity they may be in, whether it be community members, friends, witnesses, whatever it is, right? I don't think you have a right or entitled to their names and destruction and profit off of it. And so, and you don't know any of us. In any case, I'll put that for any case, not just Summers. You don't know any of these people. Most don't, anyway. You always find one or two creators that pop in, but it'll be like, I met them in high school shit mostly. There's been very few cases online like Summers and those Scents and those now like Sebastians. It's because of the methods you all use to get people to do all these things. That's why this is changing and shifting from, say, like the types where y'all just work through them online without much touching a base or getting off the petting zoo right, like Watts and all these others. But there have been moments, obviously, throughout. But yeah, this is the new method, right? Anyway. But I'd say Summers was the full crossover to the new method from old. And it's extreme in its nature. And now it's being perfected, cleansed, as each case is happening and occurring and inserted in. But it's still now the new common method and will be, I'd say, until it's stopped. But whatever. They always do that, don't they? Not as they did. They hammered down on Kansas City. Accuser makes sure to do it again too. Strange that. But is it really? No. Well, they're doing what on it? That's right.
Why lie? You make it really hard. You make it really hard.
Question is, though, what's on the ground past hands, maybe? Well, it looks like that for some, but may not be what it is. If everybody plays in the symbiotic form and way they always have. Maybe for that exact reason. Well, it looks like they're shut off from it. But maybe there's a reason. A mind fuck in there somewhere to make it look like that. Could very well be, you just never know.
For people who do support you, people who support your family, you make it really hard when you get caught doing dumb lies like that, because people will say, and let's just state the fucking obvious, if you're lying about that, what else are you lying about? Don't you get this by now?
Oh goodness, Lockdown went there. He implied that if she's lying about one little thing in earnings or whatever, and lying about not being on versus not, then she's implying that she might be lying about summer. Wow. White boy, way to support her. You chose a live stream for this, not to call her with it. Oh boy, did you help the rotation? But only after BK and him had this very idea that you were going to be turned upon. Oh boy, I'm not psychic, but I can see what's coming. Oh my gosh. Then you're going to be free. Oh no. It's fine. Oh god, it'll distract. It'll be the chaos. The content maker. Oh no. This is weird. I'm shocked. And then also, let's get this straight. Like,
people who support your family, you make it really hard when you get caught doing dumb lies like that. Because people will say, and let's just state the fucking obvious.
not when you're lying like that, Candace, but when you're caught lying. That's what matters, when you're caught at it. But did we just catch lockdown lying? Because wait for it. Because the whole lie is supposed to be that she's XYZ, earning all this. But lockdown, a few days before this, had sworn to the public and that she was indeed at home. Right? Now he knows better. He knew the whole time, but it was none of nobody's business. But he lied to you all about it. He knew. Candace telling the truth, but he ate her on that end too, right? If she indeed wasn't at home, that means he lied to you all to shut her down and make her look like a liar and make y'all not give her money to help her restart somewhere. If her and Dawn had an argument. And now he's saying that she's whatever, in the opposite direction. It looks like lockdown's going to pick a light and on his own bullshittery here and tragedy pimpness, ain't it? See, the problem is when you get caught at it. White boy. Right? Sure. Does somebody want to get locked down now? Noel. Now I'll ask again. Who in the fuck's business is it of anyone's where anybody's at, including Candace and Dawn? Whether they're together or not in this era, it's none of nobody's business unless they want to make it. So. That's just how I feel about it.
If you're lying about that, what else are you lying about? Don't you get this by now? Like almost 5 years into this thing? Don't you get this?
I don't know, Lockdown. We just caught you in a few lines. More than a few. For the umpteenth time. So if you're lying about this and all these major things through all the years, and you're targeting, harassing, trying to discredit, destroy people in and around Summer's real life who really know her, witness to, really know what the wills are this year. I mean, what else are you doing, buddy? And for whom? I have questions. What else are you capable of, you fuck stick? Goddamn Nazi lying ass piece of shit. Propaganda pushing bad at. Iguana-headed motherfucker.
But then you always say, you also say, you call me selfish and bring money up? Lady. Like you've been in 100 of my lives when I have receipt parties.
I mean, you literally went about doing dirty work to the level of targeting employers and stuff of Dawn, and it being outright known, and people around they didn't like, and bringing back bullshit pieces and harass people and drive-bys here and all this shit. For with Dawn and Eminence there, you've harmed businesses in ways you and Noel could be sued for. Let alone the shit you got up to on the ground. Like, bro, you a special type of stupid. You're like that Jenny and Adrian type of stupid. And Chasing, let's not forget that bitch. Penny and whatever. When they were... Alright. The team set up Benny so he couldn't come. Because he too was terrified. They let other people do that dirty work. Right? Much like they wanted to do every time Ernie's anywhere. And that's my question. That's really my question, Lockdown. Candace was supposedly so terrified of this imaginary cave motherfucker and his bullshit dildos that Benny wasted time calling into the feds, therefore elongating Summer's case, playing fuck shit, drama shit, wasting law enforcement's time like he has for years with Cher and his and everybody else's hoaxes and all the bullshit narratives and crap and lies they've created around misdirected. He's openly stated he was here and told to put out all this bullshit. Just like you have been in our lockdown and have openly stated you're doing, and we can all see you're doing. I mean, dude, I want to know why. Fuck up whatever Candace said in the chat. I want to know why she's so terrified after pizza delivered all of their fucking shit. It's about the same game they played on Molly and them running around, wanting to come there, then pretending they didn't, and then to the real news, be like, they lost their job, big bad YouTubers endangered us, while actually working with all of y'all knowing it. But I guess if they can do one thing over here online and then feed it out to journalists and otherwise is Candace's poor heart and the big bad YouTubers and social media bad, but over here with you lockdown, being like, God, we're grateful that you all come along, because without y'all, we've been arrested by now. And Don literally said that over on lockdown. And grateful for the dirty work y'all done in around Summer's case. Apparently they think that's benefited them somehow. I can't imagine how. But, you know, I want to know why Candace fled with Kathy after that. Stayed down there for all that time. And everybody really, I mean, of course you had Don B and them stalking this area, but pretty low amounts of Candace online this area at those times. I assume the team wanted her offline. Either way, she's so terrified. Ernie gives her the excuse to go quiet. This group uses Andy and I on bullshit that y'all manufactured to use as content, torment, go extreme real life on us, commit more hoaxes, wasting Ellie's time, all this goddamn garbage. So, I guess Candace don't ever else be left in peace. Or Candace get her bills paid as Dawn's in jail, not sure, right? Dawn gets out of jail, she doesn't leave, no rehabs for either is ordered, all this other shit takes place. And then Ernie's doing fuck shit again last year, supposedly here on the ground. Once again, Candace and Greer are terrified, and yeah, whatever, right? Oh my god, everybody's keeping security watch and detail over Candace and everybody's safety. Yeah, but now she's over in chat. Benny's building up, Cher's part of it, all y'all part of it, Nick, TM, with the team, with them, I don't know. Everybody's cool with this shit? Yeah, Candace is super terrible. gives me more clues to the teamwork. Now, I think all of us have been being fucked with and screwed with in so many goddamn ways. You know. Maybe. But yeah, no. No. So yeah, that's my question like that. You got an answer for that? I thought Candace's goddamn picture.
Do I need to produce the receipts? Just last week, didn't you need $20 from cigarettes for cigarettes? Didn't you need that? Didn't you get?
I'm sorry, what?
You call me selfish and bring money up, lady. Like you've been in 100 of my lives when I have receipt parties. Do I need to produce the receipts? Just last week, didn't you need $20 from cigarettes for cigarettes? Didn't you need that?
Oh gosh, are you shitting on Candace for $20? Bro, I've watched her give you a morning herself. No matter where it came from. I watched Candace do that. I thought, wow, are you fucking kidding me? Just like when she gave Daisy money. I thought, are you fucking kidding me? Either way, to act like that's a piss in the wind compared to what you've made on Candace and Summer, man, like, bro, your balls are fantastical. I mean, I know they're about yay big because of the steroid usage, but a good way for the public to believe that she's somehow whatever off of you instead of you actually of her and Summer and everybody's names, then the shit fuck shenanigans the rest of the community, witnesses, etc. that Candace Dunn have had you all up to. And that y'all have chosen as a group anyway, whether it be with or without anyone consenting, the way in which you always go about inserting, hunting down, and destroying real people's lives, whether they're here to speak on them or not. And their names and reputations, slander, libel. I mean, like, bro, you kidding me? Yeah, okay. But, hey, people watching you buy it. They'll feel bad for you somehow. It's the weirdest shit. And, whatever, buddy. Whatever, I don't know. Yeah. And to make it like cigarettes makes it sound trashy and not a needful thing. But don't you or Noel want to smoke? Think it's maybe either way. Don't you have your own habits back there, buddy? Pretty sure you do. Pretty sure you do. I don't know, man. Roids ain't cheap either. And, damn, ain't those Red Bulls you're pounding supposedly going faster than the sewing machine at the speed of light? I don't know. Don't they cost money? Right? Didn't your bond and shit like that? Who paid for that? Oh, the audience you've acquired through Summer's name. Several bonds deep for your ass now, right? Like that. How many cars now? How many other bullshit things? But yeah, it makes it sound like whatever. And people back there, oh my god. You're as bad as Justin over there. Well, we've supposedly allegedly killed Jose according to Chasing Stamp. But I bought him a pair of non-slip grips once while making like $1 million off him, and I could afford a monkey and a permit. So he could actually do a 9-to-5 job. After Jenny, Adrian, all and everybody made him add shit to his story, much like you have the rest, like the Freds and the Lauras and the Marlenas and all that fuck shit, man. as people's stories suddenly swap after hospital visits and acquisitions and nanas and toasters and weird shit on my. I don't know, buddy. Raps and Chillbillies and Justins and Bennies and Nicks and oh my. All around events for summer and on the ground fist pumping and trying to acquire certain devices before maybe Ellie. I don't know. Y'all real funny right here. Strange change indeed.
Didn't you get that? How many other times has that happened? Like, what are you even talking about, dude?
I'd say it's happened a whole hell of a lot less than the amount of times in all the years you've been live with everybody's naming your video making money on it. What the? But the way to flip that, but the thing is, at the end of the day, it was I got all playing together. Most likely with him at this point, dude. And building another story and content making machine for all of you, including probably all the monsters being on otherwise. And things to build up to certain time periods when it might be needed to just, make chaos happen. Yeah. I don't know. Could be a whole dog and pony show involving all of you. Couldn't it?
This is the problem, man. And this is the problem. The problem is, I ain't do nothing to you. I ain't never made one of these lives. And you can't convince thousands and tens of thousands of people in this community.
Actually, you have, bro.
More than that, you can't how many other?
Did he just say tens of thousands? Community noted. Are you going by the fake fucking views and shit are fake? Or the mind fuckery to be. You wish there were tens of thousands left. There's like 50 to like maybe 500. And they're usually all the tragedy pimps, they're researchers, the setuppers, the haters, the psychos, and the merry band of whiz-bangs like, the Heathers and the Lady R's and the Mom Bear and all them and the Hiltzes. Flattering how much. It's mostly the same band of 500 views, like that. Come the fuck on now. Whatever y'all say though, you wish, buddy, you wish.
Does that happen? Like, what are you even talking about, dude? And this is the problem, man. And this is the problem. The problem is, I ain't do nothing to you. I ain't never made one of these lives. And you can't convince thousands and tens of thousands of people in this community, probably more than that, you can't convince those people that I have done these lives. They've watched, they know who support. You can't pull the okie doke.
Bitch, I can show you videos like of you doing this thing for years. Just like Daisy and the rest of them. Shut the fuck up and get out of here. Are you serious? Of course you are. And what do you mean they can't convince? Fuck yeah, they can convince anybody of anything as long as tragedy pimps help them do it. They've been doing it for years. Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean? What are you talking about, buddy? We sure as fuck can. Especially if all the big willing to go to any lengths motherfuckers come back online like they absolutely are. And they run the circuit fully and outright again from it. Because they terrify the piss out of most. Including you all. So I don't know, buddy. Depends on how you see it. But yeah, who you trying to convince this stupid shit? You in what group? Oh wait, you in that group. Never mind. Oh, and Candace group. Never mind. Fuck it.
You can't do that. You can't do that. Only a crazy person would think that. And what the issue is I don't know if it's you're drinking or something, Candace, and I hope, hopefully you're not. Whatever you got going on, the problem is you're creating this and you're making this problem yourself, Candace. And I'm venting a little bit, and this is out of love, but you're a grown ass woman. So if you and Don get into an issue, it's not social media's business. It's not if you and Don get into an issue, if you're not adult enough to have a conversation, if you're not adult enough to talk it out and work it out with him, maybe the damage is done. Maybe you can't work it out. That's fine too. Either way this goes, you adult about it. What you don't do is make posts on your Facebook saying you're going to start it all over. You're trying to do the post office job. Another lie. Another lie.
Wait, did Lockdown go around giving this lecture to Don when he was all boo whiny and posting fuck women, etc. for, posts and women are all evil and whatever, when him and Candace were in it and he was posting on our Facebook and everywhere else a few months back? Was he lecturing the shit out of Dawn about it? Or you think when Dawn's a verse shit? No. But boy, he really wants Candace to chat about them relationship issues right now. But also, doesn't that build certain narratives? And also, and we'll just listen a little further.
When you say things like that, you're inviting the public to scrutinize and have an opinion about your relationship. And maybe if you were Candace Smells or Candace Bells, that'd be fine. But you're not Candace Smells and you're not Candace Bells. You're Candace Wells and you have a missing daughter. So you open it up.
Hello, everyone. I have something pretty embarrassing to admit. I've been ruthlessly addicted to nicotine since I was about 18 years
up to no end. It's crazy as fuck and almost disrespectful that you even go into those chats. Like, here's what...
Disrespectful to whom, Lockdown? She's grown. She can do what she wants. Oh wait, you're talking about the relationship. So who would that be disrespectful to? Not you and Bells, because you all aren't part of a relationship. You aren't married or dating or anything. Disrespectful to whom? Who are you, buddy? The hell? This is weird. Ain't it? Hold up. Didn't Lockdown and Unwells, didn't they go around with Benny Keys' domestic violence situation and toxic relationships for him and how many others? And also with mine and Aunt Aeon and the DV there. Didn't they go around making that content? Didn't they go around giving the world the right to Aunt Aeon on? Some creators didn't. They kept them separated as they always should have been. Because the DV and it, and Monster being Monster is one thing, everything else is another. Never been like entwined or used the way it was for content, but something seen in the rest one, Monster one, Bowls, Cleanse, whatever, but pardon me. did he not a few days before this, as we just listened to, talk about all the shit surrounding Benny again for the bazillionth time? Didn't he go about contacting members of other people's families or their aunties, uncles, brothers of etc. that Keys was supposed to be sleeping with and all that? Yeah, I believe Lockdown did some of that. I believe he did. Who all was responsible for Breezy coming on? You may remember. Who did that? Was that Griff and Ernie, or was that Griff and Gate? I don't know. It was two of them. I can't remember exactly, but Lockdown played in all that shit too. He's made calls out to figure out what and who Benny's dick was going into, even. That's pretty damn invasive. He thought that was everybody's business only. So this is a weird hot take for Lockdown. Right? To have a double-edged tongue when he thought he could acquire me and be like, everybody leave Joe Sula, and then swap over when Tiffany attacked him and everybody at the right times, and the LP and Crime moments, and suddenly he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna join the merry band of fuck Jody Sue, and hey Andy, how are you? You know, when Jody Sue's piece shit and turn and flip that DV for, yeah, yeah, he did that. He did it. Just like all his little buddies there in that group. For him with, for nefarious purposes, no good. Yeah. He felt that okay today. And not only just that, or to speak on it, or whatever, but to use an abuser against victims, survivors, even with orders of protection in place. And to give out false narratives. Yep. And to help target children at certain times and witnesses. Yeah. He did that. Strange game you got there for change, Lockdown.
Here's what's only going to happen. And only this will happen. Those chats will entertain you only so much, and you will get a ginormous back stab in the near future. I mean, am I wrong about that? Do we need examples of it? It's wild. But because you may not be getting along with Don, it's not for the world to know. And it's definitely not okay for you to go and then start smearing people who have always been good to you. The fact of the matter is, Candace, and I say this with love, you, madam, you need nothing to do with social media. It is a poison and a curse to you because you don't understand up from down on this app. You just don't get it. You don't understand who's been good to you and who's been wrong. It's very evident and clear as day. You are in Ernie Shell and Pandrew's chat while you have chasing blocked. You can't even make that make sense.
Oh dear. Chasing is blocked. My goodness. Anyway, point is, sure. And I know, you know, there's just things here on the ground for a long time. But, and I just, yeah, it's whatever. But, how would Lockdown, you know what, I don't care. I don't give a good goddamn. Alright? Chasing and her stamper can go fuck itself. Lockdown Noel can go fuck themselves. Candace and Unwells can go fuck themselves. Fred and Ziggy, Andy and Becca. Fuck all of them. Fuck Benny as well. Whatever. Fuck them all. But I want to know if look, I if a motherfucker, do you see like even if I don't care how they're playing together or functioning right now. Do you see how abusive he's being and how shut your fucking mouth, bitch, and get out of line and stop speaking? You're a woman. You can't talk about this relationship like da da da. Shut the fuck up, sit down, and go quiet about it. If indeed Candace is experiencing real violence right now or needs help or any of that, right? And I play devil's advocate or whatever, but y'all know how I feel about it. Is he not helping cut off avenues that are money flowing to her and her having to come or stay in contact with him in order to even get such things as cigarette money while they make fortunes on her? Is that not extreme? How he's speaking to Candace, is that not disrespectful? If she's having relationship problems where she's in fear she's leaving, why are you cutting her off for the money like an abuser? Why are you in this group doing that? Why would you want her to be quiet? Wouldn't you want her to see something, say something? And motherfucker, I'm yelling a lot because I don't care how you feel about it. But was he not just a couple days before being like Benny Keys and his domestic? Oh, that's terrible what he did to women. But here he is exhibiting the very behaviors that society should not want to see. No true advocate for domestic violence. And this there would be saying now. If Candace is reaching out for help or wants safety, in any way, which, whatever, you know what I mean, and it can propel the money, the circus, the narrative, me even saying that, you know, it could, and I don't want to be part of that either. I don't want to be the cleansing of buttholes or the feel sorry for him either. I don't want to be any part of that or used as that, but domestic violence does matter to me. And I'll tell you, even though certain ones of us had our own feelings, thoughts, even in the middle of trauma and chaos and mud and living beside these people with many masks that we knew held those prior to summer vanishing and what we were sort of and trying to get our bearings as we were outside, even at night, protecting our neighborhood, our own families, community, listening for summer, all this chaos going on. And I was truly worried for Candace's safety and those boys. And I did expect Dawn the night Summer vanished to kill her ass. And that's why I did say to him one of the last things that night. As he walked back at me, I was like, please don't hurt her. Please don't kill her, Dawn. Because honestly, that's what should have happened. If I don't know, and it's one of those moments where it's what gives you doubt because it didn't happen. But for a long time, you waited for that outcome, you know? And I can tell you the night that for some reason Dawn had been left with a fucking real gun enough to be shooting through shit, and a certain number of shots ring out. You know the ice cold goddamn feeling as I was sitting there in the dark, keeping watch over my own kids, and Andy's dumbass sleeping just fine, everybody else in the community and others who I could hear awake and walk with their own porches, keeping an out too. Because we didn't, just like we don't now, know who's responsible or return predators or anything like that. Right? But the ice cold feeling, thinking the boys were dead, Candace was dead, waiting for the next shot to ring out. Knowing immediately in my head that pussies formulate like Don Monster, don't they? And like laundry, they're punk ass little bitches. They generally do that, and then they take themselves. Thought, oh god, it's happened, it's happened. Eyes have been off them long enough. 5 minutes. The cops over there. Holy shit. The boys are dead. I don't want to walk over there and see it. Who do I like? And being terrified enough that night to wake Monster up and let him know I'd been out of the cabin, not holding him and doing little sperm and whatever, right? Even woke him up going, I think he's killed Candace. The boys, I'm just waiting for one more shot. I don't know what to do. You know what that feeling's like? I do. Lockdown. I don't want to see Candace dead. It could be a very real possibility for them. And I don't want that. I want answers for someone. I want truth, goddamn. Because I know the masks and the monsters' lips. I want the reasons why all this has been done with and around all of you all and through you all. Is it just for looks and optics? Is it just to target others who know too much and know thing? Is it? What is it? And until those things occur, I don't want to see her hurt or harmed. I want real answers for Summer. And the thing is, knowing there are more victims out here. That's hell of it. They too deserve justice and answers. And that can't be had if people end up hurt, harmed, dead, etc. But I'll tell you what, that shit right there, that shit, the language he's using, the abusive way in which he's telling Candace to shut up or do this here and to be quiet, and I mean, this is horrifying. But problem is that my guess is that it's all of them playing together again, as always. A script, a narrative, a story. When C&D and team and these motherfuckers running this shit show right now are fully aware of it. But on the off chance it's not fully done, this language needs to be called out no matter what. And that lockdown's willing to pretend he gives a shit about DV victims, like he did me too, until it's time to use our abuser against us, right? Etc. And all the things. Yeah, he's talking to Candace this way, and he's supposed to be an advocate, like, seriously. Yeah. And the thing is that his language, like the tones he's using, seem more real. And then it's typical. Like, he has some real feels behind this, right? For some reason. Maybe it's just play acting, but generally speaking, he sucks that too. So maybe behind the scenes, Lockdown's pretty aggressive or speaks to others like this in his own home or otherwise, which early on you could pretty well discern. You know, unfortunately, most male creators you see here are like that. One variety of, I don't know, you know. No matter what face they put on when they come out here.
You are all Ernie.
And no matter the faces their wives or girlfriends put on for you when they come here. Like Allie and the rest.
And Pandrew's chat, while you have chasing blocked, you can't even make that make sense. You are always saying that it's Jenky's fault when anything goes wrong. That is the furthest thing from the truth. That's one of the realest motherfuckers on this app. And I stamp that. I stamp that, and I can give examples of why that is, but I won't. Because I know what to say and what not to say on social media. Unlike you. You don't belong on this thing. You don't get it. It doesn't it's something's not clicking up here when it comes to you utilizing social media, because you're not good at it, you're terrible at it, and you cause yourself more issues.
Wow, he just straight dug in, did he? Basically calling her stupid and that, not savvy to take this or da. And if she's on it, then she's not good. She's gonna get caught, like basically implying that in lies. And saying that Candace is an apt tech there locked down and has to have his wife get all his notes ready for him. Shut the fuck up. Without a woman, you wouldn't even be able to get your stupid sewing machine speedy ass online. You'd just be able to go, I'm an ex-convict after my life, like you were doing, without notes. So you know. You're a fucking mess. Let's not forget, you've done caught yourself in lies too, in this life, and compared to the others in the last few days. Looks like you can't keep your story straight, your bullshit straight, or being kept from, running your own stupid mouth to the degree that, well, it looks like you lied to everybody, including your own subs and members and the world. And you being caught. So it looks like, I guess you don't take your own goddamn advice. You penis holding special person, you might want to get your punk ass off of online, because it takes not for you and you're not savvy in it. Shut the fuck up and go quake in a corner. Benny's back. Who the fuck needs you anyway long now? There's a bigger abuser on scene now. A better one. And he has like 6,000 women to pick and pull his notes to keep him in line. Right? Sounds like he's probably pretty well medicated with his mental issues that he shouldn't be online with, on platforms he's not allowed to be on. And potentially sober, he is holding that Suboxone or methadone weight about him right now. Like Kim was, and Kim and them made bad decisions to go to one day and put themselves around acting. You know what? It's fine. Locked up. You just can't get it. This is pretty gross, buddy.
It's your family more issues. You being mad with Don for whatever reason, it's nobody's business to begin with. But this is not the first time that you've done this. Every time that you get into it with Don, you always do these little subtle weird posts. You get people thinking and talking shit. And for people who support you, you make it a real big problem. Like, what would I even... What at some point, I don't even care what anybody says about you. What's the point in roasting them or anything like that? If you're just gonna... I mean, what the fuck? It don't even make sense.
Thing is, I have an idea of where this might lead to fake. Advanced paving up and implantation of narratives.
You can't even make it. You can't even. None of this shit even makes sense because you're not good at this, and you're really horrendous at it when you're in your feelings. Whatever you're in your feelings about, you're not making the situation for the better. You're just not. You're making it for the worse. You're making it for the worse. Doing and saying all these things. It's very weird. I don't care about that text that I just got because I read what she was saying in the chat. And I don't go on this thing, and I never talk shit about the Wells. But listen, man, from here on out, man, you got to figure it out. You're on your own. Don't put words in my mouth, bro. Don't tell people I'm in cahoots with other people because you look stupid.
No, you're in cahoots with other people, but here in Dutch chasing you, she's got blocked. She might not like that, if that's true. Oh dear. And let's be real here. How many times over the years have you seen them jump from supposedly one handler to the next? You know, mostly that's not because they're not all playing games to get better in this area. It's because it causes drama, chaos, distraction, and picks up views, clicks, likes the Summerwell's community again. Turns the profit circle for all of them, even on ground and whatnot. And, you know. So yeah. And now there are times when they're pretending madsies at whatever, and if you're one of us, you just know that they've all been playing games from the beginning. So whether, you know, you asshole tragedy fans really believe it or not, which I know you don't, and whether they want you to believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Same thing applies. And that there's not always technically infighting between creators over them, or that they cause at certain times and will pay, you know, like, and that one fucking tragedy member the other isn't fighting for control or wresting control, and one team isn't there. But while they're all together still, make no mistake, but that they won't infight and go rely on one another in extremes to hold Candace and Dawn's hand at certain times. And that all is true simultaneously. And Candace and Dawn and the teams are well aware of this. And it's used. For all. By all. And so, there's a level of infighting. Team supports about it, but they are all still working together, even if they don't want to admit that, and even if C&D aren't fully aware of that sometimes, but I bet they are. And it's just ludicrous. Alright? And really, every day you should be left with the question of why is it being done? And it's the weirdest behavior ever on Earth from parents of a missing child. Ever. I've never seen anything like it before or since. Not even in Sebastian's, though they'll tell you it's worse. It's not. I've never seen anything like that. I never. And I don't know that you ever will again. Like, bro, I don't know a set of people that are just around something that's their usage of and playtime with these tragedy events has quite possibly led to them, though cleansed and whatever, I think it's quite possibly made them look guiltier than anything else ever could have. Especially when combined with this whole her heart and social media is big bad and they destroy us and the haters and they blah, blah. And then you're online openly admitting you're using the group to get you out of trouble or you're glad they came along to help you. I mean, that's wild. That even shows the journalists, everybody, like, they obviously got multiple masks and faces. Shows the public that. Yeah, it's just goddamn wild. I've never seen it. You know. It is what it is. I'm gonna grab some more ice, guys. Probably coffee. Sorry, it's been a bit, y'all. My apologies for being a bit it's just one of those days that turn not average all of a sudden. And I got some things I need to get off of myself, and I think it's best that I go for now. I'll tell you as always, enjoy this back and past cosmos, the dance and all the storms. Please share the DV/Universal hand signal for help. Canada, save lives. In all emergency situations. Can. As always, please share Summer's picture information. Call her by name. Stick with law enforcement, feds, and real journalists. Keep the men and women working Summer's case and all the others across Tennessee and everywhere else, especially where tragedy pimps are inserted and honey in your mind. Support them, not a tragedy that they do indeed invest blood, sweat, and tears in their hearts for all the right reasons. As always, I hope you enjoy your day, your morning, your night, wherever you all are, and dance to your favorite tune. Be good pebbles, sparks, and voices when where you can. Find your favorite critter, your favorite thing, your favorite person. Hold them tight often. Never go to bed angry, and always say, I love you, as those you love enter and exit doors. Stuff, okay? You never know when an average day will turn out so average. Perspectives, scales, things that always keep life and outside this box in mind. Be good humans to yourselves and to one another. Y'all have a good evening. Much love, guys. Much love.